All right. Hi, I'm back again. Bubba will never know what it was because as I landed it, my internet cut out again. So I'm on to round 3 of this attempt. So what I've done now is I've reduced the output of my stream down to 720p, as well as the bitrate now being down from 5,000 to 2,500. Hopefully that helps. But honestly, I don't know what's the problem is. Like, I don't know why it's doing this to me. Why now? Couldn't tell you. But I'm very sorry. It's very frustrating. I understand. I feel the same way. In fact, what I might do is just because my internet's cut out a bunch of times, I'm just going to restart my game just to make sure that it's okay. We're all good, you know. Okay. Here we go again. Scooby, I know. Technology and me are not working in harmony at the moment. All right, so as people rejoin for the 3rd time, welcome. Hi. Should we try again? Try again. 3rd time's a charm, right? All right, come join in. Bassmaster Royale on Chickamauga Lake. That was quick. Okay. Not sure what happened there. Everything is going wrong. Try again. Feel free to join. Weird. That's very weird. Yes, please feel free to join in. It'll be fun to get, hopefully a complete game in would be cool. This is going to push me behind schedule now, though, which is a bit frustrating, but that's fine. Scott, fair enough, I understand. Yeah, the tech gremlins are always coming for me. I'm going to be on bassing until about 12:30. It's a long stream. There's a lot of pre-recorded content in there. So quit out now. And actually, you know what? I'm just going to back out of this one. Because I've had technical problems, right? My internet cut out again. Hopefully, it's going to be a bit more stable this time. I've reduced my stream quality to 720 instead of 1080. And hopefully, we're going to be all right. So come and join in. We're going to get this one started. Everyone has the opportunity now to get in there. What is... Oh, nice. Cool, Basson. That's cool. I don't know what to tell you, but I am having many an issue. Okay, so the online servers are working. All right. Very soon, Scooby, very soon. We will have news on our next online tournament very shortly. Hey, all good, big timers. Don't worry about it. Yeah, really, really soon, hopefully, Scoobs. And then hopefully I'll be able to give you some information in not too long about the longer term sort of plan. It's all in the planning phase at the moment. Oh yeah, the last one was amazing. It was so fun. Hopefully we can continue with that. I had a great time playing the classic with everybody. I've never fished here before, but who knows? I'm all about taking risks at the moment, it seems. I won't go that risky though. I don't want to be overpowered. Yeah, we really heard about how much people enjoyed playing in the online tournament. So, and it's always been the plan to do what, like, once we got the first one out of the way, you know, make sure that for the most part everything worked pretty well. We had a few issues to investigate here and there, one of which being some people not getting the rewards for taking part. So there's still work to do to make sure that it's better for future. Any chance you can put carp in as a visual aspect? I don't think so, and that's not that we can't literally, but I think the reason there's no carp in is because the species of fish that we have in these venues are true to what exists on these venues in real life. So my understanding is that there aren't carp in these venues. Oh, I believe that there are in some. I mean, I could be wrong, but my understanding is that they're not present in the venues that we currently have.
Not going to set any records with that one, but it's a solid keeper. Cha-chunk, cha-ching.
We have a start. Huntsville has grass carp, but that's not that isn't a species of carp that we've featured in one of our previous games. So although I understand it, it's a different style of fishing. So you know what I mean? Like, with, you know, the game is focused around bass. There are lots of other species that you can catch. We're on a bit of a roll here. Yes, hello? Would you like some tremor shard? Oh, hello. We'll do some, we're going to play some videos after this, from Bass Gaming. No, thank you. And once I come back, we can do some, we'll do some public server fishing. And get some people to hang out. Drum. Not the fish I'm looking for today. We'll play another one. We can maybe do another one later. If I've got the energy in me, and if you've got the energy left, at around 12:30 UK time, so about 4 hours from now, stay away. Oh yes, but you can come back. Oh my god, you take it. That's definitely a legendary, right? It's gotta be. Gotta be. Got to be. Yeah. Oh. Gotta be. It's gotta be a legendary. I refuse to believe that it's not. Will I be able to find it? One of the skills that you guys, or some of you guys have that I envy, is your ability to track where these legendary fish are going somehow. I just can't do that. But wherever it's gone, it's not here. You know, it was going left. Is that good enough? That good enough to, like, you know, it went left. I don't know. Does it stay going left? Probably not. It's a fish. Who knows where a fish is going to go? Oh, that is my wife cooking dinner. And although I've got noise cancellation and noise reduction on, somehow it just loves to pick up every single clang and bang that happens in the vicinity. Yeah, it's not your fault. That's a gar. Don't want it. Really quickly just to catch it and snip it off.
What a finned freak of
What
nature.
a finned freak of nature. Eagles fan, absolutely flying right now. I found if you fish in a spot long enough, they will... So, here's the thing though. They're not really spawning in. So, what's happened there is if you fish a spot long enough, a fish has gone, or has been there at some point, has gone somewhere else, and at some point has made their way back. Sounds like Little League baseball practice. Yeah, well, I don't know what to tell you. Yeah. Fishing's good, Kygon. Welcome. How you doing? Hey, Raul. Oh, no. I've done it, haven't I? I have. How is it that I cannot replicate this in any other way, and then as soon as I start streaming, this happens to me? Know what I mean? I don't know what I did. But I've killed it. Alright, well, looks like I'm going on to plan B. Eagles fan, I fully respect that you probably want to stay in this game. Yep, I broke it. I just always break the game somehow. Need to put rod top tip down, slow, then press button to cancel. Oh wait, hang on. And is there, have we discovered a workaround for this? Junk panda. Yeah, no, it happens to me as well. We're aware of it, but on our test servers that we use on the dev build of this game, it doesn't happen. Which means that we can't reproduce it. Which means that we can't exactly work out why it's happening or what's causing it. Move to a jetty or a rock, you can reset using the trolling motor. How do I know where I am? I don't think I'm anywhere near a jetty. How am I going to do that? I see a rock. I'm gonna crash. I can't see what way I'm facing. think I'm gonna have to out going to a public server for a bit. While in the meantime, Eagles fan is just out here playing while I drop down the rankings. Or maybe I get kicked in 8 seconds though. It happens to me too. Oh no, never mind. Happens to me too. And look, I've been shouting and screaming about this issue for ages. But until we can get the issue reproduced on a test version of the game, like the dev version of the game, so we can get when something bad happens on the test version of the game, we get logs where we can actually look at what's happened that would have caused the issue. But when it happens on the public or the retail version of the game, there's no way of assessing what happened. I can't get the lure low enough. Can't get close enough to that rock. Up the bite rate on St. Lawrence. So I think we've already done some work to St. Lawrence to try and improve bite rates. I think we buffed the bite rate on St. Lawrence. But is that something that people think that is in need of further looking at? I'm joining a Chickamauga public server. Want to come hang out for 15 minutes before we start our pre-recorded content. I think it's, it should be hard. Some venues are just harder than others, right? I think that's like how it is. Okay. I mean, it's hard for me too when I've tried it on hey, Undead Frog. I think when I tried it last time, it was pretty tough. I closed the window earlier, and I regret it. I am boiling. See, there you go. You see, big time I'm getting contradicting information. Really needs to be a unanimous. There is a problem. The bite rate is too low. I can't catch fish. It has to be like a universal. We have a fundamental issue, Yeah, there are a few that are hard, right? St. John's, I see people talking about. And to be fair, St. Lawrence and St. John's, I think are two of the venues that we've already had a look at to make, to make a bit easier. Not that I'm sure that you'd really call it easier per se, but you know what I mean, right? What up? How you doing, Daryl? Nice to see you. Welcome. And we're going to move on to pre-recorded content in about 12 minutes time. Yeah, it will be interesting, I think, when we move on to when we have an online tournament on a quote unquote difficult venue, what will happen. Because I think we all, like, at the moment, the thing that the thing is, and that's what I think makes St. Lawrence and St. John's good, is that it's clear that there isn't just somewhere that you can go, cast out, and you can catch loads of fish, and it's easy. You just stay there for a whole hour, and you catch lunkers, right? And I think that's going to be the thing that really mixes things up on the leaderboards, because it's going to be more difficult. You need to find them. Eric, there might be, so let's say, for example, there's been an update. If we update the game, I would say it's the safest bet to do is to go to the options and log out of Dovetail Live, restart your game, and re-log in, just to make sure that everything's working okay. And if you haven't done that, I'd recommend logging out and logging back in. Where are these fish? Interesting. I'm gonna head around here. This is my OG spot on Chickamauga. I used to pull up here. This is right when I started playing the game for the very first time, so it's like a trip down memory lane. No, all good, don't worry. You've got a Dovetail Live account, I assume. It's being looked into. There's been a lot going on with trying to work on servers, and we have limited sort of engineering capacity to look into things that have been like missing items, but it is being looked into, and hopefully I'll be able to get some information about what the results of that have been. What I'm hoping is that it's not unfortunately there's nothing that we can do for the classic event, but if that is the case, I'm hoping, if that's what I have to say, which I'm hoping I don't, I'm hoping that the result of that is that we've worked out what the problem is, so it won't happen again. You know what I mean? Eric, you're one of us now. If you're already blaming Des, you're doing it right. It's never me. Well, it literally is never me. I don't make the game. Everyone's probably just chilling at home, Scoobs, honestly. Everyone's just probably just, you know, living their lives. You're missing the boots. Yeah, look, I will. I know I'm getting asked about it quite a lot, which is understandable. I would be frustrated too. There's no harm in asking, but rest assured, if I have information, I would share it. I would absolutely share it. And I will let everyone know as soon as I know. We'll have something of use to tell you. Do you know what I mean? I'm really struggling, huh? Wow. But my guy here doesn't mind me pitching up. Your lucky dovetail bottle opener. Is that something you have? I don't have a dovetail bottle opener. Got a notepad and pen though. Well, look at that. What? Where's mine? You haven't got a Bassmaster t-shirt. True. I'm one of the lucky few. See? obviously not special enough. Like I'm... Oh, fish. See fish. Come on. And they've gone. Me and the shad. Where did they go? I mean, he's creeping me out, honestly, because I feel like he's just standing there. I'm not hearing him casting. Just looking at me. Quite disconcerting. Alright, well, a monumental failure on all counts, really, I'd say. So, I'm going to move things along, because some of these videos that we have coming up next are longer than 30 minutes. Which means if we get a few minutes ahead of ourselves, we'll gain time back in the longer term. You know what I'm saying? So, quick look at the schedule. We've got a couple of videos coming up from our Bass Gaming series with Ronnie Moore. And starting with Hank Cherry and Scott Martin. And then we've got some Dovetail Ambassador content. I'll pop back and introduce videos as they're coming up. So I'm not just going to be gone for hours. I'll keep popping up and I'll be in chat. So if you want to say hi or ask me questions or whatnot, then I'll be able to answer in chat. And I will get this first video rolling. And obviously if you're looking for bargains, then you can go up to bit.ly/bassspring. And I will catch you guys in a little bit. Won't be long. Enjoy.
What's going on, everybody? Ronnie Moore here with Bassmaster, and I've got the man, Hank Cherry, two-time Bassmaster Classic champion, back-to-back with me. And today, Hank, we're going to see yourself in a video game and really talk about your career, about the Dovetail Bassmaster Fishing 2022 game, maybe catch some fish as well. You're going to guide me around. But first off, I wanted to get your reaction to the game. You've obviously got to see it the last few days. Your son's got to play. You've got to cast and catch some fish as well. What's it like being in a video game and kind of seeing your likeness in that deal?
It is crazy being a part of the video game, but just the likeness of the lakes alone, it's like you can reminisce on things that happened and places you've been. And just looking here at Guntersville on the screen right now, it is crazy the detail and how much it looks just like the lake. I mean, it is absolutely amazing.
And so this Guntersville game that we're playing right now, it's free mode. We're not doing a tournament right now, but we're just fishing. It's a little bit dusk. We're getting towards the later part of the day, a little bit of darkness creeping in. But, Hank, this is the site of your first classic victory. You got to win in 2020, and then the world really changed. But that first classic victory really accomplished a lot in your life. And so as I'm fishing here, walk me through what that was like winning a Bassmaster Classic. It's something that every fisherman that competes competitively in tournaments dreams of doing.
It's absolutely amazing. It's everything that you dream about plus more. And, you can't really describe the feeling. All I can tell you is excellent, super happy, whatever you want to do. None of that comes close to describing what was going on through my head and through my family's head when I won that first one at Guntersville. It was absolutely amazing experience.
So in this part of the lake that the Guntersville map is designed after, it is where we take off from that Scottsboro region, the north part of the lake. Now, you found success, as I'm hooked up right now. Hopefully I don't lose it with the pressure, but you found success across all parts of the lake. But in your classic victory, you were a little farther south on the bridges and whatnot. How was it in practice developing a pattern that eventually would lead to a classic victory? That's got to be something that's a good feeling when you kind of find that clue.
Well, the biggest thing with this one was I never really got to go where I practiced. I kind of went off a little bit of history and a little bit of instinct, and it paid off. Those those bridges and causeways at Gunnersville are gateways to the spawning grounds and back out to the humps and flats and humps where they go in the summertime. Concentrate on that. One lucky patch of grass that really paid off big time the first day, and that about sums it up. I just tried to fish smart, stay close, fish the conditions, and it really turned out well for me.
So, Hank, one of the big stories of your Classic win and really of your career, you got into the Elite Series by 1 ounce. You got into the Classic. When you won that Open in 2012, you made the Elite Series and the Classic, and really 1 ounce propelled you to the opportunities you've had. You went on to win Rookie of the Year. You had a shot at winning your first Classic in your first ever attempt at it. So I've got looks like a mega bluegill on right now. So coming so close in your first one and experiencing a Classic, but really not taking in the lights and the sounds of it, because it is a huge spectacle. You didn't really get to take it in because you were under pressure to catch fish that week and really win. Now, with plenty of years under your belt and winning it in your 7th or 8th season, did you have a lot more respect for it because you had been there and not won yet?
Well, that tournament is so hard to reach no matter which way you get there. And once you're there, it can be overwhelming because there's so much stuff going on, so many cameras in your face, so many people wanting to talk to you, take pictures, interview you. You're having to make time for the family, make time for tackle prep, media day, everything across the board. So it's a really, really wild time. It's probably the most hectic week of bass fishing all year, but I really like it with no points involved. You're going out, it's winner take all, and that really suits my style of fishing.
So as we're looking at it, I know. That's why I had to stop the boat right there at the end of the dock. And what's really cool, Hank, as we look at the game, I'm hooked up. I did. I look at that. I called it. You called it. I called it. We're hooked up. It might not be the biggest, but I'm going to try to do the landing chance deal. It just came out of the rink. I messed it up that first time. Let's see if I can land this sucker. I did. I got him in the boat. First bass on the live deal, right at dusk. Now, what's the difference? Just under a pound. It's not one we won a tournament for sure, but we're gonna set the tone with that when we get a bass in the boat. We've caught some other species already, but tell me about. Obviously, Gunnersville is a special place, but tell me about fishing around this dusk time. That time right after the afternoon, all the tournaments are checked in, and then all of a sudden it starts to get a little dark. But especially in the summertime, what does that do to the fish when you're fishing close to that low light time period?
That time of year and fishing at this time can be awesome. But the problem with the tournament anglers, it can be hugely misleading. You can find something late in the day thinking you're going to go back there a morning from now or 2 mornings from now, and they're going to be there, and they're just not because they're constantly moving. So that's why you got to always beware of that late afternoon bite, because it will come back and bite you in the butt.
And so we're obviously picked the time period. On the map, it kind of gave us a recommendation. It said that maybe during the middle of the day when it was the hottest, it might not be the best, and so we picked the afternoon to the evening. You obviously like to fish around your hometown. Lake Norman is your home lake, and a lot of night tournaments happen. Do you kind of amp up for those local night tournaments in the summer like you would for a Bassmaster event? I mean, you got to do all the tackle prep and the rods and making sure you have the right baits.
That's the wrong guy.
That is the wrong species for
I
sure.
love night fishing. I don't get to do it as much as I used to, but around here in the springtime, especially before the bass get on the bed and some of the gizzard shad start spawning, we get to throw those great big top waters at night, really, really shallow. You get some explosive bites. And then, like a bladed jig and a jig at nighttime on the rocks here, it's just phenomenal. But even at this time, when we fish night tournaments, this time of the evening, it's tough. It really doesn't get good until it gets dark. And I don't know if that's the transition with them being able to see with light to dark and however that runs. But definitely, especially early in the year, the late afternoon, you can get some humongous bites.
Lake Gunnersville is a legendary lake, and you've had a lot of good finishes there in the Elite Series events there. It's really a second home, seemingly. I got another one. This is a good little area you brought me to before we started recording. Accomplished an achievement. We got the century fish. Look at that. Catch 100 fish so far in the game. I think we've caught most of them today with your son and you out here playing the game. A little nice little black crappie right there. Not the species that we target in tournaments, but it's a species that anglers get to enjoy at Gunnersville, a lot of different lakes.
They enjoy them in the frying pan more.
Exactly. What is, we were talking about Guntersville and how you kind of just, I mean, you do well here no matter what time it is. Classic time in that February, March time period, or in the summer, in the spring, and the fall. What is it about this place? Because it's totally different than your home lake, Lake Norman, with all the grass and how deep they get, how shallow they get. What do you find comfort-wise at Guntersville for you?
The first time I went there, Guntersville kicked my butt. I mean, I weighed in a limited spotted bass 2 days in a row. I had really no idea what I was doing, but I was trying to fish the way they fish at Guntersville. And ever since then, I tried to adapt the way I fish at home to Guntersville, and it's really paid off. I don't know if it's the best way to do it. I just know they don't see baits the way that I present them, and I think that's made me successful.
Well, Hank, I wanted to talk to you. Also, we talked about your career. You've obviously got some big-time accolades the last 2 years going back-to-back in the Classic. I'm going to actually take us out of here, and I'm going to change the time of day. I'm actually going to take us back to the morning time period. And so we're going to be able to see Guntersville and how bright and vibrant it is. We got that early morning sunrise as we go back. I'm going to have you take me around. You know Guntersville pretty well. What do you want to fish right now early in the morning? You've complimented this already. This looks like the same docks that you guys fish. They have matched the lake almost perfectly with what you see when you're actually there.
It is absolutely amazing the way it looks. Even that little shallow dock right there off around that point, it looks just like that at the lake. You've been through several areas. I'm like, oh my gosh, I've caught fish there before. It's kind of crazy looking at it. But they've done an incredible job with the detail and what you're looking at. And right now, I think you're headed out and you're running up the river.
Towards that big bridge.
Yeah, towards the bridge, and there's some rocky places and stuff. But you can go up to that bridge early in the morning. Water's 67 degrees, I think, our temperature, and probably a good chance to be some feeding activity going on.
We're going to head up towards that bridge as long as the boundary allows us. And Guntersville is one of those legendary lakes. They put this lake in the game. They've put Ray Roberts, your other Classic victory. Some other place like Chickamauga, you caught your biggest tournament bass of your life in a tournament at Chickamauga. You've got Winyah Bay, which is in South Carolina, not too far from here. Even the St. Lawrence River, a place that you love. And it's really a lot of great destination lakes, bucket list lakes that people fish. They get a preview of it in this lake or in the game, and it's pretty accurate to what you would see when you go there.
It's just looking at exactly the detail. I mean, even to the bridge crossing the lake here, it looks just like
the pocket right before the bridge and everything.
Looks all the same.
It is awesome. I'm gonna try to see. I'm gonna have you coach me up in a minute on what you'd like me to, where you'd like me to go, what you'd like me to catch. But we made a good pick the last time, right at dusk, and so maybe during the daylight we can make some good decisions as well. And so I know we went in the 2021 season. Dovetail Games was the presenting sponsor of the Sabine River Elite Series. When you got to meet some of the folks there,
yeah.
When they told you, they said, "Hey, you're going to be in a fishing video game," what was your first reaction? I mean, obviously that's pretty big time. Like that's pretty cool. I'm snagged right now.
I hung up.
That is not what I want. Okay, I got it.
Being in a video game, I mean,
it's so cool.
It's sweet. I didn't play a whole lot of video games growing up. I mean, I did like to play a little bit of Tiger Woods golf, things like that. But my wife successfully, when we met, erased everything that I accomplished in like a year or two. So I kind of gave up with video games with that. But I mean, it's a great feeling, and especially knowing the youth's going to get to play this. I've already had some comments, and they're excited to get to experience this. And you never know. You can listen to Talk. He learned to bass fish off video games.
Yes, that fact that Talk, I lost. Look at that. I was talking with my hands. I wasn't. See, you got to pay attention.
It's crazy, but I mean, it's definitely a good feeling just to be asked to be part of the game.
It is cool. You mentioned that Taku Ito, one of the Elite Series pros that's also in the game. I'm hooked up immediately. Look at that. Landed right on his head. I think it's another crappie. But Taku mentioned that. He knew about Bassmaster and professional fishing and the Classic video game. What do you think this does for the sport? One thing, it's a great time of year for this game to debut. That late October time period. We were at a tournament together, and it was 28 degrees this morning.
Yes.
And so it's not ideally the time for a lot of big tournaments. It's really getting cooler. The days are much shorter, so a lot of people are going to be in.
Very low.
That's a good one. a lot of people are going to be indoors for this winter, getting a taste of this game. And I saw you critiquing your son today playing, and I think we need some of that raw footage of it. That is a big one. I'm going to try to land this one. But yes, this is a great time for people to start to play the game and learn about bass fishing. It's a very addicting game already, just because the time aspect, you want to catch the biggest, and you're kind of motivated to beat some of the players in the game.
Oh, it's just cool. I mean, just watching this fish fight and cut through the water.
That's a big striper.
It's pretty cool to see you got a striper. And the multi-species thing, I think, is what makes it kind of neat, because you're not just catching bass.
I'm going to try to land this fish. It got out of the ring. Come on, get in there. Let me catch this one. Oh, I messed that up.
Everybody watching this, you don't want Ronnie with the net in the boat.
Hey, I can land them a little better in person, but it's kind of tricky with this big of a fish. You got a small window to try to cap. I got it that time. So you're not going to look at that big one. That is a big old striper. Hank, you've been known to be a multi-species angler. That's a 13-pound, 5-ounce striper. I'm going to take a screenshot of that one real quick. Look at that. We'll upload that to the Dovetail Live. You're a multi-species angler.
Yeah.
I mean, you love bass fishing. That's how you make your living. But you love carp fishing. You catch striper. Lake Norman, your home lake, it's a great place for some striper fishing and white bass, indefinitely.
You catch everything: white perch, white bass, whatever bass.
That's another good one. That is a good one. I cannot.
We catch
Don't
them.
lose this
We
one.
just like catching them all. You know, I enjoy carp fishing. I enjoy flounder fishing. Red fishing. I mean, if it bites, I like to catch. The only thing I don't like to do is go out in the ocean. Inshore, I'm good. Out off the bank, I don't want to do
That seasickness is a deal. See, it looked a lot bigger than water. It's just like Bassmaster Live. We thought it was a giant, but I'll take that 12-ounce spotted bass right now. So Hank, I've obviously found a spot. You can look at the electronics, the graph at the top of the deal. You can see how many fish are in this area, and that's one thing that we've already picked up on very quickly. Your son did as well. When we're fishing in a spot, if they don't see them on the graph, you kind of lose a little bit of confidence. How is that in real life with the best technology and the best graphs and whatnot? I just call this giant striper. How is that in real life when you pull up to a spot and you don't a little bit in real life, or do you maybe move to the next pocket just immediately and not waste time, because time is money for you guys?
It depends on what's going on. Like a catfish trying to come up with a striper. But you know, with my live scope, with my Garmin units, you know, they let me know real fast what's there. I don't by any means think that I can catch everything that's there, but they let me know when I'm around them. And you know, it's just one of those deals. You have to have confidence in your equipment and what you're doing with it.
I'm not the best. I will say that. I'm not a professional video game fish lander, but I'm just wearing it out. I'm just wearing this. See, look at that. I did it. Perseverance. That is a big striper. Not as big as the first one. They might call that like that. It is a stripe bass. 5'11". So I've obviously found, and one of what's very cool about this is I have caught a small spotted bass on this spot, but I've caught 2 striper. We've seen some other species, but they do group up like this in real life. This is pretty accurate. If you catch striper, you're going to be able to catch them maybe cast after cast. I'm trying to weed through them. Maybe there's a big bass in there.
I'm sure there is. You can keep it away from him longer. That was a good bass.
That was a good bass. He stopped.
Trap it behind it.
Now, one thing that's very interesting with this is I'm hooked up again. This is a perfect time for this. Look at the drag and the brake system on your reel in the bottom left of the screen where it says hook slipping. That is an important aspect that is added to this game, which is very cool. Is there are times when the fish is bigger than you expect and it pulls drag, and you have to really do that in real life to make sure you don't break off. It's a small white bass right there. Not too bad.
You're going to have to just weed through it.
In the aspects, that's pretty realistic. It's very cool to see that drag system, because I broke off a lot of the toothy critters, the muskie and the pike and those different fish. I broke them off in this game because I didn't have the drag set right, or I tried to horse them in the boat. This is a pretty cool little spot right here, and you can see they're still loaded on the graph. I made a cast to the left just to see if there was bass, and I don't see hardly anything, so I'm going to go back to where we just casted.
One of the big striper.
There's a big striper right there. And you were talking about this earlier when we were playing. There was a largemouth right there.
There it is. Little guy.
Don't lose this bass, because this will be our first largemouth, I think, maybe. You know, on this spot.
See, by just seeing that right now, it's looking to me like playing the game. Like maybe we're a little too close. The further you got out, the less there was a large.
Yeah.
It seemed like there were more.
So if you're going to coach me up right now, you want me to back up?
I would back up and just to see it keep making the same cast. Back up just enough where you cover that ground a little more and just make the same cast.
It's cool as you can do this with the trolling motor as well. I'm gonna keep this line up right. That grass to my left is going to be the little marker for me. I'm trying to make a good cast, and maybe we'll get out of the striper and into the bass. That obviously worked, which you just recommended for that last fish. Caught it close to the bank, but
Ooh, man, I say that and there's a gar.
But I did see right when we landed, a bass swam away. There's a big old bluegill brim. And we're watching this on a big screen, and how realistic some of these fish actually look when you get them out of the water. Even when you see them in the water, we can get excited. Like, there's a crappie, there's some grass there. And you were mentioning earlier how the grass under the water, especially like Chickamauga and even those yellow flowers there, that's a big old catfish. Oh, I got one right at the boat. I need to back up some more even. And now it's pulling. So now I got to do this drag system. That's one good thing right here. Fish on. If anything is green, right above that dial on the left side of your screen, if anything's green, that is good. If anything is red, it's either the fish is too tight of a drag or too loose. And I need to back it off so I don't break it off, and I need to tighten it so I don't lose it. Now, Hank, you're going to give me a compliment and grade my fish. I landed the big one about as good as I possibly could. Look at that one. A trophy spotted bass.
He bit right at the boat.
He did bite right at the boat. I'm going to back this up. I'm going to take a screenshot of that one, upload that one to Dovetail Live, just so I can brag to the guys that I did catch a big old spotted bass. That actually would be my personal best spotted bass. I've caught about a couple. I got to remember to back this up. I've caught some 4.5 pound spotted bass, but that was a 5.4. What's your biggest spotted bass?
My biggest spotted bass is right at 6 pounds.
Where was that at?
On Lake Dalton.
Like, oh, right here.
Yeah.
Right here. Tournament or fun fishing?
It was in a tournament.
Nice. Spring, winter, summer?
It was actually late spring, early summer. I've caught a bunch of 4 or 5 pounders in the winter time when water gets dirty on the crankbait and whatnot.
Hey, we have found a good spot. One thing that's very interesting, echo this a little bit, is that we caught a bunch of striper, but the bass species that we've caught have been spotted bass.
Yep.
How similarly do spotted bass act with striper? Because spotted bass are closer to largemouth, but the way they behave, it's a little kind of like a striper
They're
would.
nomadic. You know, around here we don't have so much stripers anymore as we have the hybrids, and you'll catch them all grouped in together. And then you'll catch the bigger spotted bass around the white perch schools, especially in the wintertime.
There was, I know. Need to cast a little farther to the right. That's the one thing I have not landed in this game is a big catfish. Oh, he's coming for it. Oh, it's a big striper. I saw the stripes. Yeah, I think it was a big striper. I gotta make sure to drag on this one because it might start running. Yep, it's straining. We have found it. That's one that, hey, it's just like real life. Sometimes, look at that catfish that we saw in that fish bit. It's still right on the surface. When you go for a little while, you may not catch fish, but when you find them, sometimes you can find them schooled up. And those spotted bass are nomadic like stripers, and they do sometimes tend to go together.
Yeah.
It's a little striper. I'm going to mark a waypoint on this. 4 pound, 13 ounce striper. I'm going to mark a waypoint on this spot, which is really cool. I'm going to go to the menu, to the map, and I'm going to place a waypoint. Even though I could remember, this is I'm going to put a bass. I'm going to put a striper icon with the striper. This is the pocket right beside the big bridge. That's an easy place to remember for me mentally, but I'm going to mark it when I find I think it might be striped bass. It is. I'm going to mark it and drop a waypoint, and I'll put it in red. Red. Select it. And now we're in. So there's the waypoint. We just dropped it. I'm going to make you pick my next spot. We're all the way at the top boundary. I just marked it. Now I'm at the rampage. So now I got to drive around. I'm going to drive. So where are we going to go now? We're in that north portion of Gunnersville. Do you want me to go out to the main lake? Let me pull my map up right there. I got the little mini map.
You head out that direction.
I'm going to head out towards the main lake from that Scottsboro area where the takeoff is. We're watching it on a big screen right above us, and on our display right here. It's pretty cool to see the boat shooting up a rooster tail. It's pretty accurate, and it's got the brand new Mercury. I know you've enjoyed having that on your boats.
Oh, I definitely like that thing very much so. Right around that point.
Right around here. I gotta slow down so I don't hit that.
Right.
Start on this point. Now, you want me to throw a swim bait, or you want me to throw that lipless like I have been, or?
Throw the lipless, throw it towards those rocks.
Throw that lipless. I'm going to go down
I'm
and
going to
select
have to
it.
go further towards the seawall.
But... And this is correct, right? Yeah, throw it there. So there's no fish on the graph, but I'm not going to doubt you. I did do an overpowered cast, so it's not going to go nearly where I want it to. I threw it to the sky. I'm going to let that sink down a little bit.
Oh, there he is in the background back there.
I see him. If I would have made a good cast, I might be right there in his zone. This has been fun. I'm glad we caught some striper. Glad we caught some spotted bass. I just want to catch that 7+ pound largemouth.
I think only fishes can do that.
Yeah, your son might be a prodigy at it. He already won his first tournament. Went from I know he. Hopefully he stays right there, and we can bring this lipless crankbait right through there. And even in real life, you want to pick. I mean, you want to pick baits that work in the game. But in real life, a lipless crankbait is great for the grass.
Yeah.
At Gunnersville, being able to pull it and snatch it out of the grass, it's kind of weedless for the most part. I mean, not weedless, but you can definitely yank it out of the grass. Got right up on that shallow spot. I'm gonna try to catch that. I'm gonna make a half a cast. No, 3/4 of a cast will do that. Ooh, we got one right there.
Look at all of them.
Oh no! I yanked it away from him. I yanked it right away from him. I got excited. He came back for it though. That's another striper, I believe.
I don't think so.
Let's see. Oh, it's definitely pulling. Jumping.
The green one.
Holy cow! It is. I think it might be. You might be right on that. Let me see if I can land him. Yeah, got it done. Oh, it is a big white bass. Or big striper, man. I thought he was green. Fooled me.
White bass.
Trophy white bass.
They were large enough up there.
There were. I'm gonna try to make it another 85% cast. Right there. I got one right there. I saw him bite it before it even sank. It might be a big blue crappie, a big bluegill. I like the species actually. I don't like that. Might be a yellow crappie. Black crappie. He's got a pigment. He's got that pigment from being right up on the bank.
That big sucker sitting on top of water behind.
I'm gonna take a screenshot real quick because that's the brightest.
To the right tab.
To the right. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll make another 3/4 cast, 83%. Now there's a couple different cast modes. You can do a really expert cast, or you can do that basic cast. And just to ensure that I don't make a fool of myself on here, I went with the basic cast because that. Oh, that's a good. That's a good. Oh no!
Good gracious!
I had my shot. You called the shot, and I lost the fish. Let's see if I can hold him. Let me get it. He lives there. We know it. I said 83% for that 78. It's pretty close.
You know, right on top of him.
Maybe he'll come back to bite.
Right.
Oh, I got a big catfish. This is
yes,
I've never landed one. I've always broke them off. Got to play with the drag if this one starts to swim around.
Not big enough.
It's not. Oh, hold on. Back it off. Let him take some drag. Now he's growing on me. He's one of those ones you say he didn't know he was hooked yet. Now he knows he's hooked. This might not be. Yeah, this might not be what you want in a tournament. That thing is slimy. I recommend if you catch a catfish in real life,
fillet him.
You hold him as least as you can because he is a slimy. That's a 7.5 pounder. Not too bad a one. I got to get back to that bass I jumped off. Maybe I'll be able to present it correctly. let it sink down. You see some bass
There's
there.
one right there.
And what's cool is they have that right there above the dial, the constant, right where it says fish on the top left of the dial there, or top right of the dial. It gives you some feedback.
That's another one of those guys.
It is another black. It gives you feedback on if you're reeling your bait the way it's supposed to, if you're too high in the column, too low. You can kind of tell because that red and green, it's kind of correcting you. Just like you're correcting me now, that gives you a little bit of input on how close you are to possibly doing it correct. I just want to find that lineup where we catch big, largemouth, every cast back and forth. Oh, striper. See, I got that constant green right now, so that's the speed that I'm supposed to be doing that.
I have to go further right.
I'm going to have to do that. I'm going to I'll try to get 95% cast if I make this one in. Try to get a little bit more to the left, right? 95, almost perfect. Let's see if we can get it there. Last time you told me to do that in the creek, I backed up and I caught a good one. My trophy spotted bass on it. I think I'm snagged. Okay, don't get snagged. I'm snagged. Okay, shake it. Oh, I got it free. Look at that.
There he was, and there's another.
And I got one. Look at that. That's real life, though. When you get snagged, if you can set that is another black crappie. I have found the crappie hole. If somebody at Gunnersville right now wants to go catch some crappie, I know exactly where they're at.
Dinner.
Let's pick up. I'm gonna run down and fish that near that island. Where do you want me to go? I'm gonna go towards the main lake a little bit more, like we were earlier, but during the daylight time now. Now, don't expose to me any of your actual spots that you catch on the lake, because it is so realistic. But get me close. We'll get us in the realm of maybe I can go back in these pockets, or I can go left towards the main lake. Right here. Let's go. We got a little point with some grass and lily pad, our little island. We got a dock that extends. Let's try to do this. Let's see. The one good thing about this game is you can run all day and not have to fill up your gas tank.
Yes, definitely.
What is very cool as well is when you go regionally. We were at the St. Lawrence River earlier. We threw a swim bait out. Those fish were coming up and looking at it but not reacting. We put on the lipless. We were able to get those fish to commit. Same thing here. We threw the swim jig a little bit earlier. Couldn't get them to commit. Picked up the lipless. We're able to get them to react to it. I just paused it right there and got one to come towards it.
Dude, you are an awesome crappie fisherman.
I see. You know what? I don't know if that was a compliment or not, but I think in this terminology it was. But Hank, this has been fun. We got to catch a couple fish and you got to give some input. But what an accomplishment! Not only being in the video game, but in real life of 2 classics in a row. We've actually got, if you move your shoulder, you got the cowboy hat on your classic trophy right there.
Yeah.
And in this game mode, you can work your way from college to the opens to the elite. And then I'm going to face you with college. You said the one thing that wasn't realistic about this earlier was that when I finished the tournament, we won. You were 4th in the tournament, and you said that's just not real. Yeah. Hank Cherry, Bassmaster Classic Champion 2020 and 2021. I'm Ronnie Moore. Thank you guys for joining us today. We got a little bit of fishing out on Lake Gunnersville, catching some spotted bass, some striper, and some crappie. And I did land a catfish. I didn't break that one off. I lost a shot at a big one, though. Thank you guys for joining us. A great talk here with the 2-time Classic Champ Hank Cherry. Getting a little taste of the Dovetail Games Bassmaster Fishing 2022. Local or in stores now in the Xbox Game Pass. You can buy it on all consoles as well. Thank you guys for joining us. This was a fun time. We have to do it again.
All right, nice. Well, that was Ronnie Moore with the legend that is Hank Cherry. And now, who is obviously the 2-time Classic Champion, who just missed out on the 3-time champion. But there are more years, more opportunities, right? We're going to move on to episode 2 of Bass Gaming with Scott Martin, who has recently, not too long ago, joined the Elite Series, who just fished his first Classic and is, a hopeful for a future victory in the Classic. So let's have a chat with Scott Martin and see what he had to say.
Welcome in, Dovetail Fishing fans, to another episode of Bass Gaming. I am your host today, Ronnie Moore, and I've got a special guest today for episode 2 of this series. This guy is on your loading screen for the intro of the game. You'll see him. He's a playable character in the game. Welcome into the show today. How are you today, Scott Martin, Bassmaster Elite Series Pro?
I'm doing great, Ronnie. Thanks for having me. I'm actually on my way now to do a little fishing today. And, we've had some cold fronts hit down here, but, I'm all dressed up, got my socks on. Took me a minute to find my socks. So we're all good, man. We're all good. Just heading to the lake to do some filming and getting anxious for, I don't know, about 7 more days. The countdown begins, right?
Yeah, the 2022 Bassmaster Elite Series season is starting up very soon, and it's going to be in your home state of Florida. I'm going to go ahead and get the gameplay rolling here. We're at Lake Chickamauga in the game. I pulled up on a spot. I figured I'd get to my first area and we'd start fishing. But for you are in Florida right now. That's where you live, and our first 2 elites are starting there. So it's got to be very comforting to go to places that not necessarily really well, but just the comfort of your state. You know what the weather's been like the last few weeks, and you know kind of what to expect this season of the year.
Yeah, you're right, Ronnie. Palatka, we start off in the St. John's, and that's like 5 hours for me. So the only time I ever fished that river system or that body of water is when we've had a tournament in the past. So, I don't know it well. It is a complicated fishery just because of all the different variables between tide, wind tide, the salinity of the water, certain parts of the river, spawning canals, lakes you can lock into, all the different things. So, it's a challenging river system. And then we go to Harris Chain. It's again not what I'm used to. It's 7 or 8 lakes all connected, very diverse fishery, a lot of offshore fishing, totally different than Okeechobee, of course. So, but yeah, you're right. I love Florida. I love fishing in Florida for the Florida bass. So starting off, I couldn't ask for anything better. Hopefully I'll start off this year at Palatka a little bit better than I did last year. But you know what? It is what it is. I'm excited about this next year.
That's what's fun.
Okay, I think I'm back. My internet disconnected again. Don't know why. I'll wind it back a little bit so that you're up to date with where we were and get things rolling again.
Up with,
Not
but
bad.
a 411 to
good
kick
one,
off.
dude.
That is a good one. So hey, I take
That
that
is
in
a
my
good one.
5 fish limit all day. So I'm starting out at
I
Chickamauga
think
here
I
in the
fished that
game.
dock, by the way. I fished that dock. I think it's right around Dayton Boat Dock area, if I'm thinking correctly. And I have fished that dock, and that's what's so cool about the game is that when they built the game, they're like, okay, we're going to go to Gunnersville and Sam Rayburn and Chickamauga and all these different places, and then you literally go there like at Chickamauga or at Gunnersville, especially like you're up in like Spring Creek and stuff, and you're looking around, you're like, oh, there's like the cat food plant, there's the big dock there. So it's really neat to be able to see the all the different familiarities in the game, and I actually would take it a step farther and say that for someone that's never fished Gunnersville,
Exactly.
you were going to go to Gunnersville and you play this game, you can literally go to Gunnersville and go, okay, I somewhat feel familiar about this area.
Well, I know that, hey, for folk, hey, if they've never been to Chickamauga, but if anglers have been, they'll know, yes, I'm right beside Dayton Boat Dock. That's the launch area. And they're the first point or two right around there as where I'm loaded up. I mean, I'm catching them like every single cast. And, I catching smallmouth as well. That's what's cool is they mix in all the species. Some of the species get much bigger than others, like walleye and striper, so that's very good. But I already got a 411 in the boat. And one thing that's realistic about this, you mentioned it, I think the mapping on this game is incredible. And I know that you were big with the developers on making sure that the lakes looked correct, they were accurate, and the species that were in there are pretty close to what they're supposed to be. And then also, like you said, this is like a good pre-tournament practice. If you've never been to a place, you can pull up and kind of see what it looks like. And we'll get to the underwaters for sure later. But I mean, I'm starting out with a swim jig and I can bring that through the grass, and it's a school of fish all loaded up on this point at Chickamauga, and it's just been incredible already. This is a great start. I hope this sets the tone for the game.
Well, I played it the other day. People have to go to my YouTube channel, Scott Martin Challenge, and watch. We did some gameplay, and McCoy and I challenged each other a little one-on-one. And that joker had a secret spot on Sam Rayburn. And so I go out and I'm fishing around. I'm like running pattern, like literally running a pattern. I'm like, all right, look at these point with these trees. And I catch like a 6-pounder, and then I go to the next one, get some 5-pounder. And then so it's his turn. That joker runs up in some little backwater deal and starts whacking 10-pounders. And I'm like, that's not even fair, dude. Like, for real. So, and you know, we caught a bunch of big stripers, and man, we caught a big catfish in that thing, and you know, it's pretty cool.
Speaking of a big striper, I think I got a big striper on right now. I hope that's the one thing I gotta play with the drag a little bit, make sure I don't lose these fish, and then landing them at the boat. You can either wear them down, which is cool in this game. You can either wear them down and it automatically will land the fish, or you can try to horse them in the boat and time it up. Luckily, I just landed this striper, an 8.5 pounder. That's a good striper. I'll take that all day. That's a fun. Hey, I saw on your social media the other day, you were at Lake Hartwell, which is the site of the Classic, and you're not allowed to practice there from January until the tournament in March. So you practiced in December, and you caught some fish, but I heard you caught some big striper, and it looked like you caught a decent one in your photos as well.
I did, you know, and ironically, in the game that when I was playing against McCoy, I caught a big striper, and I was like, that was kind of cool, you know. And I've caught striper before, but then I was out there in Hartwell. And it was deep, you know, deep deal, and I saw these fish on the Panoptics, and I, you know, threw my bait out there and I caught it, and sure enough, pretty nice little striper there, and they're a lot of fun. I think we should have Bass. You know, we did the redfish tournament. Bass should have a striper tournament. I think that could go big.
Hey, you should have saw the number of texts after we had the redfish event of anglers saying we need to do a crappie tournament where a couple Elite Series pros with some crappie pros, and we just go crappie fishing. And I was like, that would get so intense. We'd have 3 or 4 live scopes on the boat, and people would just have brush piles like crazy. But it's very fun catching different species here, and there are a lot of different achievements as well. I know the St. Lawrence River, there is an achievement in this game and a game mode to catch the most species possible. I think there's 17 to 25 different species that you can catch. But for you, this is kind of cool. We mentioned it, Gunnersville, Chickamauga. There are a lot of lakes in here that are on the Elite Series schedule. There is the classic location from 2021, which is Lake Ray Roberts. We've got the St. Johns River in your neck of the woods, Chickamauga, Gunnersville as well. A lot of different places to go. And it kind of broadens your horizons for people who have, maybe they'll fish the St. Lawrence River because they're from up north, but this gets you a little taste of down south fishing or the different techniques you have to use on these. Because I see the recommendations, throwing a lipless crankbait in Florida, you know that's key. And so when they recommend that, Chickamauga, I'm going to throw a swim jig, I'm going to throw a crankbait as well. So it's pretty spot on what you can catch the fish on and how it acts in the water.
Well, we did. We programmed the game, you know, and I was a part of that, and I'm sure a lot of the other pros were as well. But we programmed the game to, you know, to be as most realistic as possible as far as feeding times. You'll notice in the game, like when you're doing free play, like go to your best spot first thing in the morning and see what happens. Like, and then like later on, if you go there, the fish aren't there. It's like they move throughout the day in different locations, just like in real life. So, you know, there's feeding times. It's cool. It's a fun game. And what I'm excited about is, you know, they're always doing updates to this thing. So, you know, this is the first version, and they're going to keep doing updates to it constantly and keep tweaking things. But, you know, it's when most of the country's frozen right now and, you know, ice on the water, it's a great tool just to, you know, have fun or, you know, pass a little time, or, you know, if you're new to fishing, you know, learn a little bit about fishing.
Hey, I could be stubborn, but like you said, there are times of the days and landing this fish right here, a 412 largemouth. I will say, I didn't cheat. I didn't set it on rookie mode, but I did look and it said Chickamauga 7 to 8 a.m. is going to be the peak time for largemouth. And you said, I went to a spot I thought I could catch them on, and we've already got a couple 4-pounders in the boat. But for you, Scott, I wanted to talk about, as we transition, I'm going to continue to try to catch these fish every cast. It's been, I could not have gotten more lucky than pulling up on this spot during the interview. But for you, you're going into your second Elite Series season. You've been a pro for over 20 years now. You know, you're a veteran, very seasoned pro. You know exactly how this tournament game goes, and you've won at the biggest level. But now transitioning at this point in your career into the Elite Series, it's going to be your second season and your first Classic this year. What are your expectations? I know that 2021 was great for most of the season, and then, you know, you had some work to be done at the end of the year, but going into 2022, you have to feel comfortable because you know the routine, you know the anglers, you know the staff, everything is getting more familiar.
Yeah, you know, for me, you know, the tournament game's the same, obviously. I will say that the competition, you know, overall and especially at the elite level, just everybody's more versatile. 10 years ago, people kind of pick their lane. You can go down the list and say, I know what this guy's going to go do this tournament. I know what this guy's going to go do this tournament. And I've always tried to stay as versatile as possible. But I think a lot of anglers now are just as versatile as me. And so, it's really making it difficult to find them. It's like, the minute you think you found something special, you roll in there for the tournament and there's another boat or two always. And so, and even with a limited field like we have on the elite. So, as far as, last year goes, it was okay until the end. Obviously, I completely train wrecked the last two tournaments. I don't have a good excuse other than I just made some bad decisions and it just wasn't meant to be, right? But, if I would have come out of New York like I should have, at least with some decent finishes, I would have finished. I'd have finished high in the points, and it'd have been, a whole different outlook. But you know what? Last year is last year. This year is this year. Like you said, I definitely feel a lot more comfortable there. I know what to expect. I'm excited about it. And my goals this year, last year, really for the last 2 years, I've had to fish a little different. For me, all through my career on FLW, I didn't ever worry about points. I fished as hard as I could. I try to put myself in positions to win. I gambled as much as I could in tournaments to push the envelope, and it worked out. At the end of the year, I was somewhere in the top, 4 or 5, or won angler of the year one time. So, it just kind of worked out. But, 2 years ago when I had to qualify for the elites, to the opens, that was,
It's hard.
no doubt. It was hard. I mean, it was just, it actually was the hardest thing I've ever done. And I don't say that lightly. It's kind of out in the way. Like it was a different mindset where you're fishing against the grittiest local fishermen, the most hungry professionals trying to get back in the elites. I mean, that was a tough one, but I had to fish for points. So all year long, I wasn't trying to gamble and win a tournament. I had to worry about making the elites and finishing on the top, points just so I could, make it. And so that was a different mindset all year long. And I was fortunate enough to do it. Last year, my main goal, and I've said it across to everyone, I want to classic one day. And so, my first year on the elites, my goal last year was I have to make the classic. It would be a letdown, in my opinion, if I went out and I did all this and I want to make the classic to win the classic and I don't make it. It would have been a super disappointing season. So, being that I made it, no matter what place I finished in points, that's a success check mark in my book.
Hey, you're at a level playing field now. You're at a level playing field now. If you're the last one in the classic or the first one in the classic, it's 50 something anglers going for the title now. It's all fair.
Correct. So this year, you said, what are my goals? I said to myself, what are my goals? And I've been really mulling on it a lot lately. And, there's a lot of emotions that go involved with how you should start the season off, how you should mentally prepare. And I look at the schedule, it's pretty much back to back for the first half of the season. For me, look, I'm going to go out and I am literally going to try to just fish like I used to fish. I'm going to try to, I'm not sure I'm going to win one, but my goal is to try to win a tournament this year. And I'm going to put myself hopefully in position. I'm going to gamble. So I might come in last at one of the tournaments. I'm taking each tournament and once it's over, like Palatka, the day it's over, I'm shifting it away and I'm not thinking about it anymore. So if I do good, I'm going to take the momentum and run. If I don't do as good as I wanted to, I'm going right to Harris chain and I gotta pull my pants up and do it again. So I don't care about points. And I think that's what builds pressure throughout the year. Oh my gosh, I'm sitting in such and such place and I don't care. I'm just gonna go have fun, film as much great content as we can, and just pray hard, fish hard, hopefully host up a trophy by the end of the year.
Well, and that's what a lot of other professional sports say. What are you going to do celebrating this success? And they're, hey, we're going to take 24 hours and we're going to enjoy it, and then we're going to move on and we're going to go to the next event, whether it's a good or bad tournament, good, bad game, whatever it is. But hey, I made an adjustment. I've been catching them. It might not be the smartest thing, but you've probably dealt with this. Caught them almost every cast on a swim jig. I decided to switch up to a crankbait, and it's still working out well. I've obviously just found a great spot overall, but the graph on this game is loaded. And I wanted you to talk about that. In real life, when you see your graph loaded, I mean, you might as well, you got to fish there. You can't leave there. You need to fish there. And in the game, that's a good indication you're at a good spot. If you're fishing there and there's a lot of fish on the graph, you just have to figure out what they want to bite. I've now switched up to a crankbait, and I'm still catching some fish, and it maybe will trigger some bigger bites now. And that's kind of a process you have to do while you're on the water in the Elite Series and professional fishing. And actually, right now, I'm making a mistake. I just got snagged on some underwater grass with a crankbait. That's why it's not a weedless bait like a swim jig is. I just got snagged, and I broke it free. And look at that. I just triggered a bite. I just triggered that looks like a big one. That is, hey, I want you to speak to that. That is, this looks like it could be the biggest one of the day so far, but you snag your grass, you get stuck, and those fish are there. If it's loaded, they're paying attention. And when you rip that bait free, they're on it. That's a real life thing.
Well, the two things. One is you talk about the graph, right? Sonar, I run Garmin. I've got my Garmin hoodie on right now. I run Garmin, and with the sonar capabilities that we have at Garmin now, if you don't see fish on your graph, guess what? There are no fish there. And I've never been able to catch one when there's not one there. So if you see them on the graph, you better get ready. Now the tricky part is how do you catch them, And it's just like what you did. In my opinion, I think, and this is just me throwing it out there, I think 70% of the bites that any person ever is because the fish was necessarily hungry, like a schooling fish. A schooling fish busting on the surface, you throw your bait to it, it's trying to eat and eat your bait. Okay, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about that fish that's laying down there in the grass, that fish that's under the dock. A lot of times, it's not that they were hungry and chased the bait down. It was a reaction to the bait coming close to them. So it's a reaction bite where, they are hungry, obviously, but it's not like they're chasing it down like, oh, there's a piece of food, let me run it down.
Exactly.
It's something that bait has to do to trigger that fish. And so that's why we switch baits up all the time in terms. You'll see 12, 15 rods on the deck of my boat, and I'll rotate several different lures a lot of times in one area because it's like, I might throw a moving bait like a chatter bait and it's vibrating. And if that's not getting them to react, I can pick up a worm that has no vibration at all and drag it slow on the bottom, and then catch all the fish in the world. Or vice versa. You've been catching them on a worm, they won't touch a worm. You throw a chatterbait, they destroy it. It's all about triggering that reaction, and every day's a little different. Every part of the day is a little different. And again, in the game, you're seeing that, right, with what you just did.
Yeah, and then that fish was an 8.3, the biggest of the day, one of the biggest I've caught in this game. Now, this kind of resembles my real-life fishing. I haven't caught a double-digit fish, but I caught a lot of really solid tournament fish that you want, those 5, 6, 7, 8-pounders. And in this game, it's the realistic thing. I don't know if it's my approach, but a bunch of 7s and 8s over the time of playing this, and that was an 8.3.
That's good. There's actually some big ones on Chickamauga. I've had
really big ones.
I've had people tagging me on my Instagram. So again, I'll share this with anybody. So if anybody's playing the game and you catch a big fish, or any fish that you're proud of, you screenshot it on your phone or do whatever you want to do, and post it on Instagram. Tag me, Scott Martin Challenge, and also tag Dovetail Fishing, of course, and Bassmaster. And I'll read. A lot of times I'm taking those and resharing them on my story. So if anybody out there wants to get a little extra publicity on my Instagram page, just screenshot it, tag me, and we'll throw you up there.
Well, I screenshotted that one and uploaded it to Dovetail Live so that they know that I caught that one as well. I'm proud of that one. I even shared a striper the other day. I don't get to catch a bunch of striper, but I know how fun they are. I even uploaded one and I tagged Dovetail in it, and they shared it because I was like, hey, I'm a largemouth, I'm a spotted bass, I'm a smallmouth guy, but I'll respect a good striper. And right now, Scott, I'm feeling like I need a move. I just caught another good one. I caught a 5.5 pounder, and I'll take that in every tournament. Right now, I've got a couple 4s, an 8, a 5, but I want to go and test myself. So I'm going to make a move, and I'm going to switch from this area. Maybe the dumbest thing I've done all stream, but I'm going to move from this area, which I've caught them so many casts in a row. I'm going to go find another spot on Chickamauga. But for you, how important is this? I'm going to kind of treat this as like it's day one of an event. And I just caught a good limit, and I don't want to burn the whole school out. So I'm going to go make a spot change to find another area. How often do you have to balance that in your tournament fishing where, hey, I don't want to wear out an area, and I want to come back tomorrow and catch them, so I need to go and spend the rest of my day practicing or exploring other places? Because at this point, that's what I'm doing on Chickamauga.
Oh, I mean, I've won a few tournaments with that mentality. Forestwood Cup years ago, first day of the tournament, I caught a 20-something pound bag right off the bat by 8 o'clock that morning. I spent the rest of the day, running around, and I actually found a few places the rest of that day that allowed me to, kind of finish off the deal. And it's always good to be able to bust a big bag right off the bat. And but you do have to share. I mean, not share. You do have to manage. Okay, that's the word we use. Manage your fish. And that's a real thing, you know, and it takes a lot of discipline to do it. And I've had it work out most of the time, but I've also had it burn me. I've had it burn me where I've literally finished down an event and I've come up short by a pound, and I say to myself, God, if I'd have just stayed on that spot on day one, I know I could have caught another clubfish or two and probably made the cut or won the tournament. I've had that happen many, many times, and I've had it happen a lot on spawning fish. So my new rule now on spawning fish, if I see a big old
Catch 'em.
female, I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving her. I mean, 9 times out of 10, you show up the next day, and you know she's either gone or she's even harder to catch. So, you know, it's just one of those deals. But yeah, you do have to manage the fish, and that is part of the game. And that's what I think is so fun about bass fishing in general. It's not the jump of the fish. It's not the fight of the fish. It's figuring out the game, right? It's just this sport we play. It's a game. And it's mentally, physically a game where you have to make all these decisions, you know, on and off the water about where you're going to start, where you're going to fish, how long you're going to fish, what are you going to catch, what kind of weight do you think you need? I mean, that's a guessing game every single day.
There are hundreds of variables in the sport, and then I'll say in video game fishing, you may be able to catch them out in the middle of the lake, someplace that might not be realistic, but that's not the case here. I decided to pull it between a dock and a point. There's a little stretch of bank as well. I wanted to explore the dock and the bank, or in the point. That is just two great areas for schools of bass, and so I caught one on my first cast, which is great. But I want to talk to you as well about your unfinished business. That's what you called 2021, your video series. And if people haven't watched it, go to your YouTube channel, Scott Martin Challenge. You can be able to go and watch all of those videos that McCoy and your whole team have produced. Fantastic content, but you called your series Unfinished Business because your father, Roland Martin,
was actually unfinished family business.
That's the connection, right. Because Roland, your dad, is a legend in the sport from basically, you know, the first moment tournament fishing was started. And that's the one thing in the whole sport of fishing that he didn't necessarily accomplish was winning a classic. So give you some pride that now you're fishing in your first classic, and maybe if you win it for the Martin family, that, you know, he'll give you a big old attaboy again for accomplishing something amazing.
Yeah, you know, I can't even really think about it too deep because it's pretty, that'd be like the most powerful. I don't even sure how I'd act. I mean, it'd be unbelievable, you know, for lack of words to even describe it. But, you know, yeah, my dad fished for all those years. You know, he accomplished everything he wanted to accomplish. But, you know, that classic alluded to, he finished second once or twice, you know, high up many, many times. I think he fished 25 or 27 classics, some crazy number. And, yes. And so, you know, I that's what I'm here for. You know, I'm trying, you know, I know winning the classic, you know, I say I'm going to try to go win the classic. I don't say that lightly. That's something that every single angler on the planet dreams about, right? So, and I dream just like they dream. But you know, that's my goal. That's something I'm fishing for. You know, I hope it happens. It would be unbelievable. But that's the whole reason I'm here. You know, there's a lot of shakeup in the industry a few years ago. A lot of different places guys went, decisions people made. And my decision, I wanted to come back to bass, where I wanted to finish out my career, and try to pull off something special, you know, and that's why I'm here. You know, I'm here because as a kid growing up, I mean, it's funny, like I've never fished in a classic, but I've probably been to more classics than most people that's listening to this podcast, because I've gone to 25 or 30 of them, you know, and I remember sitting up in the stand with Rick Clunn's family, and literally sitting next to Rick Clunn's daughter and his family when he won the classic, and they ran out through the deal and jumped in the boat with him. Like, so all these great moments, you know, I wanna just feel that from the inside of the arena going through that tunnel. I used to wipe the boats down. Sammy Lee from Ranger used to have me come down. I was the boat wiper. I wiped all the boats before they went through the tunnel at the arena. I'd go off and blast off. So, you know, I've done all those parts of it, and as stressful and chaotic as the classic is going to be, I've been to some of the parties and stuff over the years. You know, I'm going to feel a little comfortable with that. But that being said, it's still a classic. You know, I'm going to get butterflies. I've got to keep my head straight, you know, screwed on straight. So I'm going to, you know, I'm probably not going to hang out much. I'm going to weigh my fish in. I'm going to go back, get my stuff ready. You know, I've got to try to balance filming this, of course, which, you know, we're going to low-key film it. I'm not trying to go crazy with the production. Hopefully it turns out really good with the production, but I just know how important it is to stay extremely focused, because what I've learned over 20 something years of professional fishing, every tournament that I've ever done well in, won in, or lost, always boiled down to some small decision that I made in my mind. And that usually happens either in practice or a lot of times even during the tournament. And it's one of those quick things. It's not like a aha moment, like, oh, I completely see everything clearly. It's like this little voice in your head that says, you know, the weather's doing this. Maybe you should try this. You know, it's something that just kind of just pops in your mind. It's not something that you're it's not a 2+2 thing. And you have to be ready to hear that. You have to be ready to act on that as well. So you not only have to be mentally strong, you have to be physically prepared as well, because anytime you think of these things, it takes effort, you know, and it takes effort to make a 20-mile run up a river. It takes effort to go skip docks for the next 3 hours. You know, all these different things that pop up in your head, and those are the things you have to be really in tune on. And I know the Bassmasters Classic is going to be a lot of that as well, where it's going to be something gets shown to me either through practice or me being on the water that I either hear, see, or think of. It's going to make all the difference in the world.
Yeah, that's the Classic is the coolest thing. I've been to 10, I believe, and I've been to 8 of them working. This will be my 9th that I've worked. But like you said, as a kid growing up, going to them, it was the coolest thing ever. Not only did I get to meet my heroes that are competing, I got to meet my broadcasting heroes, Tommy Sanders, Mark Zona, the guys I work with now, and it's still a dream. And they're like, hey, keep it up, kid, work hard, you can get to where you want to be. And then I'm like, now I'm working with the guys. So, and it gives me a sense of pride broadcasting the event that it is the Bassmaster Classic. It is very important to the sport of fishing. And I need to keep that in my mind when I'm talking about it, because it is life-changing for every angler that competes in it. Not even the winners, just the people who get to compete. But then when you have that winning moment, everyone in the arena is affected forever. They'll always remember, I was in the arena when so-and-so won. I was in the arena when the confetti went off, when he caught that 8-pounder and it was a 1-pound victory, or it was close at the scales. There will never be something that tops the moment where 2 anglers walk up on stage, somebody puts their fish there at the end of the tournament, last 2 guys to weigh in, and who has the most weight, and they decide it right there at the scales. That's the coolest thing in the sport. And Scott, I took some of your advice. You were talking about slowing down and switching up to maybe a worm and dragging it. I saw some contours on this spot where the point off the dock runs down and it dips into a ditch. And so I decided to throw a Texas Rig craw out there and kind of drag it.
Yeah.
And the visuals in this game, we just wrapped up our Classic talk, but the visuals in this game under the water is incredible. It really, for people who've never fished on a boat out in a lake and tried to picture what these fish are sitting on, this is a great picture of it. It's a flat point, and then it has a ditch that drops off into deeper water. There's rocks, there's grass, and you kind of got to bring it through it. And all of a sudden, when it comes off that drop, there are the fish. And so it takes years and years for you guys to figure that out. Hey, you didn't go scuba diving to figure it out on your local lake. You had to feel it. You had to close your eyes and imagine it. And folks get an inside look at it in the game.
No, that's right. I mean, you know, it's the sport of fishing is interesting when you think of it like that, because it's like we're looking at the surface of the water, and we have to, as anglers, I'm visualizing, you know, the rocks down there, or a drop off, or a school of fish, or whatever it may be, or a brush pile. You know, every time you fish a brush pile in your life, you think what you think the brush pile looks like in your brain.
Yes, it's,
you know,
huge, and it's just a twig.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, right. And so, but you know, again, with sonar nowadays, you can really get a better perspective of what things really look like. But yeah, you know, there's all that underwater structure, and you're right. You know, it gives somebody can buy this game that's never bass fished, never fished a tournament before in their life. It's the beauty of it. They can buy this game, start playing the game. In a short minute, they will understand the basics of how to catch a fish. They will also understand the basics of what tournament fishing is like and how to fish a tournament. So I know there's probably thousands and thousands of kids and adults that are sitting here going like, I really don't understand, like, how do I enter a bass tournament? What's a bass tournament like? What do you do in a bass tournament? Like, what's this 5-fish limit thing? Like, what does all that mean? Play the game and you'll know. Like, exactly. Or what do you catch fish on? Are they just floating around out there and nothing? No, they're actually on rocks and ditches and docks and underwater logs and all that. So it gives you, that's just cool. It's really cool. And again, I can't wait to see all the new updates that keep coming out with this game. It's just so many more things coming.
Yeah, they just did the Predator Pack, where it's an update to the boats and the different color schemes. And what's cool is you can get an awesome rap that's nothing but flames if you catch enough fish and having the achievements and whatnot. I just caught a 10-pound walleye. That's one of the biggest fish I've caught today. And normally,
Take it
Scott,
out of the house.
all the, yeah, exactly. If we
They
were
have
in
a
real
fish
life,
fry button. It's the X triangle and then the left keypad button, and it goes straight to fish fry.
yeah,
You fillet the
exactly.
fish out, it goes straight to fish fry.
That's the walleye are some of the best eating fish. So are crappie. And hey, I would be upset. I've caught a lot of fish today, but I would be upset normally. And we'd talk about the fish that I lost. I've lost quite a few today just because of the drag, or I've had so much competition right at the boat that they short strike it and I miss them. But I'm not too bummed about the fish that I've lost because I've caught so many today on Chickamauga. This has been awesome. 10-pound walleye. I actually, I'll tell a quick story. I went to Mille Lacs Lake in Minnesota. I know you've been there before, and I went one year, and then the next year I went about 3 weeks later, and I went to every single boulder I caught smallmouth bass on the previous year. And because I was a little bit different time of year, just a couple weeks later, the fish were in a different transition. I caught walleye on every single boulder that I stopped on, and the smallmouth had moved to a different depth of boulders. And I was sitting here having to figure out, where did these fish go? It's been a year, obviously, but they still live in this lake. But are they in 10 feet of water? Are they in 5 feet of water? Are they back out in 30 feet of water? Because it changes so much. That's what's cool about this sport. So many variables, not only the baits, the water depth, the spot location, time of day, weather. There is so much. We want to talk about a football field's 100 yards long and its confined environment. The lakes that we fish, they are huge bodies of water and so many variables that make you guys the best in the world.
Yeah, you're right. That's a great lake, by the way. Mille Lacs is awesome. And
it is great.
And, you know, those smallmouth, but, you know, on a lot of lakes, you call them the ghost fish because, you know, when we fish lakes that have multi-species, like we used to fish beaver all the time, and beaver actually had a great population of smallmouth, but they would only bite certain days. And when they disappeared, man, nobody could ever figure out where they went. Like it was
Here
like
one day, gone the next.
One day you could catch 17 pounds of smallmouth, and you literally if you were targeting them. So, you know, they do move around, and you know, it's always challenging to figure out where they go.
Well, Scott, we talked about the Classic. We talked about starting the season in the state of Florida, but the schedule for the Elite Series this year is incredible. It is honestly the motto of Big Bass, Big Stage, Big Dreams. Like, you guys could catch 100 pounds in 6 or 7 of the 9 events if it works out that way. And for you, I think because you've fished so long in your career, you've probably been to almost every single body of water. Maybe Lake Oahe is going to be a new one for you, but we've got the Mississippi River, the St. Lawrence River / Lake Ontario. You've got Santee Cooper, Chickamauga, the place we're fishing right here, Lake Fork, Pickwick, and then obviously Hartwell for the Classic, and those 2 Florida places as well. How do you break down a new body of water like Lake Oahe, and then answer this question as well, as how do you break down a body of water you've been to quite a bit, but maybe a different time of the year now?
Yeah, you know, for me, it's the fish most all the time are not in the same area. It's not the same pattern, and that's due to water levels, temperature, moon phases, all the different things, especially in the spring, because you have, you know, fish move so fast that time of the year. So, you know, it's very hard to pull up to a lake that you've been to before and say that I'm going to catch them in this certain area. And it's really a bad habit, to be honest with you. You know, one of the only times that I've probably caught fish consistently in places is in the summertime, maybe like in a Kentucky lake, a ledge tournament, stuff like that. Those fish seem to set up more times than not, at least on some of the same ledges. But, you know, for me, like going back to Harris Chain, like I've already been thinking, like there's lakes that I've never fished before in the Harris Chain that I know have great fish, and I know guys catch them out of there really well, and I'm gonna have to spend some time on those lakes. You know, I'm not gonna try to fall back. There's a good chance that I may not even fish anything that I've ever fished before, other than maybe some sight fishing areas. I'll just go fish new stuff. And the same thing on the St. John's. You know, there's places so big that, you know, it's a timing thing there. So I got to first figure out exactly what stage those fish are in and what stage they're in certain parts of the river, because they do kind of cycle north or south to north. So I got to figure that out. But, you know, Oahe, totally, you know, to me, I feel like I'm going to the moon, to be honest with you. It just feels that way because it's like
it'll look like it too.
I know. It's like there's not a tree around. Like, it's just rocks and dirt, and, you know, I'm sure it's beautiful. And there's a lot of fish there, you know. But what are those smallmouth are going to use for structure? Obviously, they're going to use rocks and drop offs. I mean, that's just what they're going to use: points, rocks, and drop offs. The challenging part for me in Hawaii is going to be trying to decipher. We talk about walleye, like where the walleye are and where the walleye aren't, because I don't want to spend a lot of time catching walleye, because you know as well as I do, when you graph them, a lot of times you're just confused. You just don't know. You're like, is that a walleye? Is that a smallmouth? And you have to literally physically catch one or two just to decide, is that a 3-pound smallie or walleye? And that wastes a lot of time in practice. It can also waste a lot of time in the tournament. So I'm going to go there a few days early and fish in an adjacent lake and really spend a lot of time trying to tune in my graphs, so I can at least figure out, like, okay, I'm pretty sure those are walleye. Move on, or no, those are definitely smallmouth. Let me waypoint that. So that's my goal there. And I'll tell you another lake that I haven't ever fished, and you won't believe this, but Santee. I've never fished Santee.
You've never fished Santee,
I've
Cooper?
never fished Santee. I've never fished Santee. I fished Santee when I was a kid, but I don't really count it, because I was like 16, 15 years old at the time. Fished it for just like a half a day with a friend of mine, passing through. We launched there. Real close to where my dad used to live. And, you know, he used to live there. And so, you know, I've never fished it. So I'm excited about that lake too. And also a little nervous, because I don't, you know, it's just, you got 2 lakes.
That's when you got to catch them big too. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no messing around on that deal. So, you know, but I am looking forward to those two lakes. I love the new challenge, you know, because I think I've done well over the years on lakes that I've never been to before. And I think it falls into that mentality, is that I don't have any prior knowledge. I'm not going and checking other places that I've fished in the past, because, you know, like I said, you have to be disciplined not to do that. As hard as it is, you still fall back on checking a few places you caught them in the
exactly
not
history.
Check a few places that you've caught them in the past, and so that takes time. And you know, every minute you spend on something unproductive is time wasted that you could be finding, you know, something really good. So, you know, it's part of the process, but I'm excited about the year. I mean, for the most part, I feel pretty good at all the lakes that we're going to go to. Again, a couple of the unknowns, but you know, it'll be fun.
Well, hey, I ended it here at this spot. This fish, not my biggest at all, a 7-ounce spotted bass, but I wanted to end it on the right species. I had a striper just before that, walleye as well. So we've got so many species, and like you said, it's gonna be very hard for me next time I come to Lake Chickamauga in the Dovetail Fishing Bassmaster 2022 not to go to these same spots, because today was phenomenal. I enjoyed catching them on a swim jig, caught them on a square bill crankbait and a Texas rig craw. So what a great—
You can drop a waypoint too. You can drop a waypoint on the game.
I dropped a waypoint at Gunnersville. I had Hank Cherry tell me, I said, hey, I've caught a lot of striper. What would be your advice? And he said, I think I saw some bass right by the boat. Back up a little bit. And I did. And I caught a 5-pound spotted bass right when I did. So I dropped a waypoint right there. So it's very, very cool. Scott, I appreciate you joining me today. Thank you for the fans tuning in for another episode of Big Bass Gaming here for Dovetail. And Scott, how can people follow you, not only on the Bassmaster Elite Series, but all year long on your social media? Your YouTube is big, and you do a lot of great videos there. And I'll look forward to interviewing you throughout the year and probably having you on Bassmaster Live at a certain point.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, that's my goal this year. Try to be on Bassmaster Live and be in the finals for sure. I'd love to come by the studio and hang out. But hey, look, we're going to be at all the tournaments. We're going to have a whole crew there. I'd love to meet all the fans. We usually have some hats and T-shirts and things that we have there for people. But you know, love to interact with as many people as possible. But as far as following us, it's real simple. Instagram is where I live most of the time. Scott Martin Challenge on YouTube as well, and Facebook. You know, we're doing some stuff on TikTok as well. So just type in Scott Martin Challenge. That's basically how you find me on everything. And you know, we're gonna have a lot of fun doing it, and hopefully see everybody out there on the road this year.
It'll be a great one, Scott. Hey, I appreciate you joining me today. Thank you to everyone tuning in, and we will see you in the next episode of Big Bass Gaming.
All right, see you, Ronnie. See you guys.
All right, nice. I'm still here. I'm still alive and well. Time is ticking on. It is 10 o'clock. I think we are very slightly behind schedule, so I'm not going to chat for too long. We're going to move on to the first of our ambassador videos tonight. The first being from a creator who more heavily focuses on our Trains products. So Train Sim Mod 2 makes a lot of videos around that game. But he wanted to have a crack at making some content for Bassmaster, and is having an explore around Lake Hartwell as as he would call it, as a noob player. So yeah, check out his video. Make sure you go look up the British Ace on YouTube, and I'm sure he'll be making his video public after this stream, and we'll be sharing it across our socials. And I'll catch you on the other side of this so we can keep this train rolling. All right, catch you in a bit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to another Bassmaster 2022 video. Big thanks to Dovetail Games for giving us a slot on the Festival of Bass, much appreciated. Now a lot of you will know I'm a bit of a fishing noob, although there was a new DLC released recently, Lake Hartwell, so we're going to be checking that out and just sort of see what it's like and try and catch some fish. So if you're looking for any professional tips, this is not the place. Yeah, complete noob at fishing. So, Bassmaster Venues, Lake Hartwell. Does that change? It does change things on there. Okay, well, what one shall we go for then? So yeah, when it comes to fishing, I don't know a lot. What's like the biggest one on there? That'd be great to get one of the massive fish. What are the big fish? £54. That's quite a big one. Oh, that's legendary, is it? Or common? Oh, we'll go for that one there. Striped bass. I mean, Festival of Bass. Go for a bass one. Select. Let's go for that. And there was actually some. Well, there was a new DLC that came out very recently. It was the legendary pack, I believe. I can quickly get that up. Yeah, it was the the Elite Fishing Equipment Pack for Bassmaster 2022. That's now out now as well. Which gives you plenty of fishing bits and bobs. But as I'm a noob, I don't really know much about any of that sort of stuff. Let's see. So you've got loadout, the finesse, the offshore one. We'll just go with the default one. Not that. Oh, we've lost the one on here now. Let's quickly go back to the one. Where's the big boy one? A flathead. No, let's go for bass. We want bass. It is the Festival of Bass. Let's go for. I think it was that one, wasn't it? Striped. Weather was set as. Dynamic weather. Oh, we'll do that, you know. Can we change that? Yeah, let's do dynamic weather. Time of day, we shall set that as 7 o'clock. It's always nice, isn't it? Sort of that sort of time. And let's go. Let's do some fishing. So lay out the lake. Lake Hartwell. Total game 0. Longest. Yeah, I haven't played this before. This is the first look at Lake Hartwell as well. So I wonder what it's going to be like. I'm guessing that's the map there. Let's go in and, well, let's try and catch some fish. I don't know if we'll be successful, but we'll try our best. That's nice though. Where's the map on here? Oh, there's the map there. So yeah, you can see whereabouts we are. Just over there. It looks alright, doesn't it? Looks alright. Right, let's go and explore. Let's go and have a look at the lake. Let's see what it's like. Hopefully audio is all good. Let's try and find those fish as well. Massive bridge over there. On we go. Yeah, it looks like there's no fish around. There's one fish there. I'm still sort of learning how Bassmaster works. So I'll probably be in the chat for the event. So if I do something on the stream, do pop it in the chat. Just and then I'll know. Right, there's a big fish there, so there must be a fair few around here. No, they're gone. I don't know what way they're going. Let's head over here. Head a bit closer to the shoreline of the lake. Right, there we go. That's a couple there. Shall we try here? I don't really know what sort of the good spots would be. But let's just put the thing out and see if we can get something. We can have a look under the water, see who's under there. Right, let's see. Is there any fish under there? It doesn't look like it. No, there's definitely no fish under there. But let's get that in. Yeah, there's no fish coming in there. Circle, isn't it? There. Let's get back in. Let's go. It's a bit closer. You got to find little sort of areas. Where may they be hiding? There's like a little straight there, because if the fish are going from each side of the lake, that bit straight ahead on the map there. Can I set a waypoint? Oh, hello. Oh, I think that's when you found something. Okay. Let's get rid of that. Oh, I've accidentally set one. But let's just go over here. I'm guessing there might be some over here. They're sort of in between the lakes, so you might have the fish going from one end to the other. Let's go over here. I actually don't know the biggest fish I've caught on this game. Wasn't big. Yeah, here. Let's see this little sort of bit going through. If we can get through here. They might then be going through. Yeah, you can see a few there on the map. Let's go over here. Let's try and get them as they're coming through. Maybe that's how fish think, I don't know. Okay, these are all boats, there's probably none here. Got to be a little area, which is perfect. We continue on. Try not to crash as well. Right, there's a couple here. Maybe round here, in this little bit here. I don't know sort of the best way to trap fish. Might sort of be congregating round. Oh yeah, there's a few. Oh yes, here we go. Right, go, go, go. Let's get it out before they will run off or swim off. There we go. I think we found an alright spot. So whack that in. And, oh. Well, that was... I think we're a bit too close to the, yeah, we're quite close to the edge there. Okay, that wasn't... No, let's just continue on. Let's go somewhere a bit deeper than that. Although it is all fairly... Okay, around here, yeah. Here we go, this is more like it. Right, just a little bit forward. Whack that. But yeah, I am a fishing noob. You probably can see that already. So, yeah, no professional tips here. Right, how do we get underwater? Oh, there we go, that's better. Maybe I need to click that. Fish, where are you? See, there was another lake I was doing a couple of months back. Lake Hamilton, I think it was. Tons of fish over there in one certain area. So where the river comes off of the, or the stream comes to the main river. It's great over there. I can see a fish on the little radar there. They must be about. They just don't want to come and get us. No, we're not doing very well, are we? We're 7 minutes in. Oh, there is a big fish on there. Well, we'll get something, don't worry. That is the goal, to get a fish at least in the video. I mean, I would hope we get a fish, because that's sort of the point, to go fishing. Not just for a nice boat journey. Well, it's a nice boat journey, though. Right, okay, yeah, that's... I don't think the fish are hanging out there today. What about over here, sort of where the two bits they might be swimming through? So we've only got any luck here. There's a couple. Oh, okay, let's give it a go. Let's get that out. I doubt we're going to be yeah, they're all gone now. Right, let's whack that in. Can we see any fish about? There's a fish on the map now. I don't think we're going to be able to get them. There's a fish. I see a fish. It's over there. Come over here. Look, there's a nice juicy worm on there or something. Come on. Maybe in a minute we'll strike. Let's quickly pop that down. It probably is going to be a fairly big fish. I saw a fish. It disappeared. Can we turn that a little bit? I think you can turn it, can't you? No. Okay, the fish don't want to come out to play here. Well, there's one. Let's try this way. I don't know, sort of towards the shore, but you know, they might be doing something over there. They might be chilling out. But this probably will be the least successful fishing trip you've seen. I know in chat you've been, oh, they're all over there. The fish don't hang out in this area. I don't know. I can see some fish on the map. Which they are, well, not. They don't like us. Right, let's continue on. We will get a fish. We will get a fish. I just don't know when, but that is the aim, to get a fish. A few around here. Oh, there is a fair few there. Look at that. Oh, that is a good spot. Oh, wow. Look at that on the map. Oh, they're all gone though. As soon as I get there, they will vanish. Right, let's just whack it out over there. Try and get that last one. That's a fish. Wait, come on. No. I'm right there. Right there. Come on. Come on. Oh, yes. He's like, ooh, look at that juicy worm up there. Do I go and get it? Oh, he did try. Come on, come on. You know you want to. Go on, that's a big fish as well. Big-ish. No, don't go that way. I'm bringing it down. I got it. The juicy worm's coming to you. Come on, you know you want to. He's not interested. He's like, nah, I know what's going on here. Or maybe. Sometimes they go like right at you. So he might like sort of look like he's given up. No, he's gone away. There's still a chance. Come on. And, oh, he's faded into the depths. That's probably our best chance so far. Did almost look like it was going to go for it, but I don't think so. No, that's not going for it. Let's do it again. Let's go out that way. Let's see, we got 78%. Let's proper whack it out. Yeah, the aim is to get a fish. I shall try my best. If not, it was a nice look at the nice lake. Right, I can see some on the map there. Let's move that a little bit. Come on. Oh, look at that fish, that's massive. Surely, is that going to go onto the thing in a second? I'll probably lose it if it does. In 10 minutes. That massive fish there is the best one. Well, this is seems like an alright spot. It's a fair. Oh, there we go. Yes, look, perfect strike. Oh, yes. Right, I haven't played in a while, so give me a bit of leeway. How you have to do that. I don't want to break the rod. Hook slipping. No. You're not blooming slipping. Come on. Oh, yes, look at this. That's only a blooming tiny one. Actually, yeah, huff and puff. Yeah, we got a fish. Oh yeah, have some of that. Fish and chips tonight. Can you eat bass? Well, no, you probably can eat bass, can't you? Well, that's not a lot, but you know it does. That's 1 meal. There you go. That's that one. Right. Oh, let's see. I think we found a sort of an ideal spot. Let's whack that 96%. We'll have a further look around as well. We have to just sit here. I do sort of have a little bit of a look at more of the lake. But yeah, this is Lake Hartwell. And I believe it was Virginia / was it Georgia? No, not blooming Georgia. I shall find it on Google Maps as we wait for a thing. I was actually looking it up just before we began, and I've already forgot. Let's have a look. Lake Hamilton. Let's have a look. I know it's over that way. It's on the sort of east side. Lake Hamilton. Well, I think it's Arizona. Yeah, definitely not Arizona. Yeah, it was over here somewhere. It was like a massive lake. I really easily found it the other day. I was like, oh yeah, it's just there. I've been lost it now, innit? Oh! Yeah, it's a good strike. We got another fish. Good. Fish on. No, don't slip. No. Fish on. Start winding that up. Start winding it in. It's going to be close. Oh. Yes, it's getting close. It's getting close to the boat. No. Hook strain. Fish on. Yes, it's more like it. Probably only a small one, isn't it? Oh, we almost come in the area there. Come on, come back in the area. Come on. Right, let's start getting that right in. I think it's under the boat, isn't it? I'm pretty certain it's under the boat. I don't know if it's stuck under the boat. I'm not too sure. I think it's stuck under the boat. No. Yeah? I don't know, look at the line. What's going on? Let's write that right down. I think it is under the boat. There's not a lot we can do about it. Oh, no, there we go, there we go, there we go. Oh, I think we got it. Did we get it? Oh, well, there we go. What's that? £3 maybe? £3? 4. Oh, and you got the little voice lines as well. Right, I'm just trying to find Lake Hamilton on here. I know it's somewhere. I found it really easily. I don't think it's in Kansas. No, that's not Lake Hartwell. I found it really easily. There was a whole article on it, and I was like, oh yeah, it's that one there. Yeah, I found it really easily. The other day, I was just sort of looking. I was like, oh, there it is there. I'll find it. Don't you worry. Where was it? This? Yeah, here it is. Here. No, I was looking up. I was looking up Lake Hamilton instead of Lake Hartwell. Yeah, I found it now. It's yeah, it's in between Georgia and South Carolina. Not Virginia. That's way up there. So yeah, that's where it is. Right. Let's move position. We got a couple of fish there. Let's go and have a little look at somewhere else. Right. Where have we not been? We have been. Let's have a look. Let's go this side. Yeah, let's go this side of the lake. See what we can find. Can't be sand over. It's gonna start getting really deep along this bit. So you got some sort of bridge that goes all the way across there. Right. Yeah, the maps on here are massive. Well, the lakes on here are massive. Right. Across we go. Right, let's try the coastline along here. I suppose fish probably wouldn't be in the really open bits, would they? Well, we got 2 fish so far, so yeah, we're getting something. I'm like, oh, right, stop. Get the rod out. Quick. Let's do 89%. It's such a relaxing game though, this one. Right. Oh no, there's a bit of depth to it. I doubt we're gonna get any there. Probably not. Just, reel it in, nice and slow. Oh, there is a fish nearby. Go on, get on the rod. No. Let's continue round. This is a Lake Hartwell tour. Right, round we go. Let's try and find some more fish. Got some weeds there, so we're on a. Oh, actually. Around here, maybe? No, there is a little bit. I'm pretty certain I am flattening the boat out. Or, what do they call it when the boat goes onto the... Remember the thing? Beaching the boat. No, grounding the boat. That's what I meant. Grounding the boat. No. Let's continue on. Right, we've got 2. That's good enough, right? Right, let's go a bit further along. So you can go quite far along here. See if there's any sneaking around here. Probably not, because it's sort of the... oh, actually, hang on a sec. There's quite a big fish there, actually. Right, let's bring that to a stop. Let's try here. There's a few... Well, there's quite a few here, actually. Well, hopefully they don't all go. There you go, let's get that out. Let's try some of that. Right, that's gone under. Fish, where are you? Come on. Where's the fish? There's tons of them on the little map there. They got to be close, right? Oh, there's one. Look, bottom left. Quite far down though, isn't it? Yeah, it's continuing on. I think that was sort of the back of that school of fish. Put that down. There's another fish coming along. Quite possibly that one could be the one we get. Where's that one? We will get another fish, don't worry. We will get another fish. Well, not if it goes too close like that, then we're not going to get one. Like, yeah. Yeah, let's I feel like we should go back to that original spot. That was decent, wasn't it, back there? Yeah, let's get back in and let's go to that spot we were at before. We'll sort of do a little loop around the lake, just so we can sort of see what it's like. Nice lake though. Yeah, it's gorgeous. Right, let's go along. And we'll head sort of up round here. Yeah, if you don't know my channel, I mostly do the train side of Dovetail games, so Train Simulator, Train Sim World, so all of that sort of stuff you'll find on my channel. Which we do the bit of fishing every now and again. But I'm not so good with fishing, so right. Coming back to that area in before, a few on there. It was just here, wasn't it, next to this little sort of island. Let's try that again. That was surprisingly alright. It was just here. There you go, they're all showing up now. There we go, this is more like it. Right, let's come to a stop. There, they're all here, they're all about. They're all chilling. That's about 83%. And now they're all gone. as soon as I show up. Right. Come on, fish. Where are you? I will get these fish. They probably heard the boat coming along, didn't they? They were like, ah, we better get out of here. See, this was riddled with fish before. Oh, here's another one. Another two. Come on. Well, yeah, I'm guessing that's what that map indicates, top left. Sort of around the area. That's sort of what is about. And obviously how far up the terrain is. Are we out of luck? Yeah, there's weeds there. Don't want to get stuck in the weeds. No, we definitely don't want to get stuck in the weeds. Right pain to wriggle out. I don't think we're actually going to get any. They've all gone off. Nice and slow though, nice and slow. Oh, I think there is something down there in the weeds actually. We see a massive school of fish to come along. No, I think there is a couple down there lurking. Just nice and slow, nice and slow. There we go, look, just there. Surely, come on. Come on, fish. Look, there's a nice juicy worm here. You might as well go for it. Oh, come on, we're almost out. Just let it sink in a little bit. Come on, it's gone, isn't it? And it's all of a sudden it just goes shh. You pretty much get jump scares on it when the fish all of a sudden go right into the hook from one of the side bits, but you can't see them as much. Well, we know there's a fish there, so let's bring that out, and we'll do it back in. And try and get that fish which was in there. Right, 96%. Let's go. Long range casting. Get that down, let it sink a little bit, and maybe that will get something. Yeah, we'll get that right down. That's sinking quite nicely now. There we go, and then we're slowly reel that in. If we're going to find the fish, we need to go lower. There you go, near all the weeds. Right, here we go. Okay, maybe not that far in. That is quite far down. Oh, fish. Fish right there. Oh, yes, we got it. Good strike. Come here, you. Oi, come here. Oh, fish on. Let's tighten that. Oh no, oh, it doesn't like that. Doesn't like that. Doesn't like it. Doesn't like it. Doesn't like it. Almost missed it. Almost did. Oh god, what's going on? Fish on. That is, I think that's the health bar on the left, isn't it? That is really low on there. fish on still. Oh god, it's gonna be close. It's gonna be close. Oh, we got it. We got it. We got the fish. Yeah, you look at that. Lovely. What's that? £5. We've gone up. That is the bass one. Yeah. £5. Cool. So we've sort of found a decent-ish spot. Just chill out, walk about, you know. Let's whack that in. Let's do 90 again. Yeah, 94. Let's go. Let's try and get another fish. Right, there you go, that's in. There you go. So slightly deeper again. We just sort of do that. Right, I think there's something on the right there. There you go, someone on the right there. Let's try. Oh no. Oh no, no. It's gonna get stuck. Right, on we go. Yeah, I've been playing fishing games for a little while. I've just never really been able to improve on them. I think I had Euro fishing. I had that. I think that's another dovetail one. I played that a little bit before on PC, and I think on console as well. In fact, I've got a few fishing games actually. Dovetail, I've done a fair few. Yeah, I've got this one, Bassmaster, Euro Fishing, Fishing Sim World. So I've got a few of them. That's out. There we go. Let's pop that out. There we go. The sort of, well, I got one back in summertime. That was Fishing Sim World. That was quite fun with the. I think my favourite one on there was the canal one. I think it was like Birmingham, the Grand Union Canal. Oh, that was quick. That was brilliant on there. Let's get that out. Oh, that was quick. That was nice and easy. Yeah, this is the newer addition to the fishing series. This is probably the one you want to get now. You get the Bassmaster Royale on here, which I haven't actually done a match before. I mean, I should really have done a match, but I believe, yeah, you get a fair few people in, and then pretty much, as in most Royales, it's down to the final person. So you all fish in, and then whoever gets the least amount gets kicked out, and it just keeps going and going until you get, you know, the last person. Which is a really cool idea. And works really well. Right. Oh, that's a tiny fish. I mean, we might as well get it. Come on. Any second that's going to pounce it. Oh. Oh no, there's weeds. There's weeds. Watch out. Oh no, it's coming. It's coming. That's coming. Oh. Oh, go on. Go on. Speed up. Speed up. There we go. Perfect strike. And that was a really easy one. I seem to get one of the little ones now. He's just like, put me back in. Nice. That was a yellow perch. And you do that so you get a screenshot. Not too bad. What is the biggest fish everyone's caught on here? Now everyone's going to flex and say, I don't know, 100 odd pounds or something. For me, it's like, yeah. I think it was 18 or something like that. So, nothing. As opposed to what I've seen people get on here. Right. Come on, fish. Come on. Where are you? Let's put that down, so that's quite tight at the moment. If you have a big fish, it'll pretty much break it straight away. Oh, hello. There we go. Oi, come here. Oh, yeah, come on. Yes. Oh, that's quite a fairly big fish. That'd be good if we can get that. It is sort of, it's iron. It's like, should I go for it? No. Oh, wow, look at that one there. Now that looked like a big fish. I'm probably completely wrong. It's probably the tiniest fish. But it did look like a fairly big one. Now that is quite a big fish. That would be a brilliant one to end up on if we can get that. Oh, come on. We need to get that. We're getting that. No, we're not. No. Don't want to lose it. You sort of have to fight with it a little bit. But you don't want to do too much, otherwise it won't like it. You don't want to strain it too much. You can see they've got the little green bar on. Look, that is a big fish. Or big-ish. Come on. No, we need to get that. We're getting that. Say that, I'll probably lose it. Come on, fish, you're getting tired now. Just give up. I'm going to throw you back. Don't worry. Oh, God. We're still reeling it in, so it is getting closer. What's this one? Oh, hello. What's this? What is this? This has got to be a big one. 11. Okay, still quite small as opposed to what I've seen. But there you go. That's, for me, that's... So, and you can take screenshots as well. This is a cat shot. So if you're used to Trainsome World, this would be a rail fan shot. And it's the same sort of process that then uploads it to Dovetail Live. And then you can snoop and see what screenshots you've got. So we're going to upload that. Expand. Let's have a look. So that tells you all about the fish there. Rattail trap, chrome blueback. It gives you a few points as well. That's not too bad at all. Yeah, not too bad. Well, I think we'll come out of the... let's come out of there. You can see, I think, all the things we've caught there. So we caught 6 fish, which for me, I'm happy with that. Yeah, there you go. There's our debrief there, and I am now level 4. So yeah, we're that wasn't too bad. Not too bad. Let's come out of there. Let's go into the. I think it's in the. Where is it? Not. I think it's in the shop, isn't it? No, that's not the shop. That's the Anglers Hub. I'm still sort of getting used to how this works. Manage. Character customization. And I believe with the new DLC that recently released, the if I can quickly go up to the link for it, which is the Elite Fishing Equipment Pack. I believe you do get a few bits on here as well. Yeah, I think you do. As you do get a few bits. You get a hat. Oh no, that's to unlock it. You got these bits on here. So you can customize your character and all, which is pretty cool. Where would I find the sort of store to buy these bits? Okay, this is the store here. This is to buy new boats. As you can see on there, so they're a fair bit. 85,000 Bassmaster points, which, well, we've only got 4,000. I'm sure quite a few people will have the best one there. But you can get all that sort of stuff. Where would it be on? Where would I find that? I'm probably being silly. Anglers Hub. Legendary catches. No, it's on here somewhere. I've seen it before. You can buy like equipment and all that sort of stuff. Character customization. Is it on there? Maybe. No, but somewhere on here you can buy different shirts and rods and all that, I think. Let's go to loadouts. See if we can see the new one on there. I think it's all within the equipment, which you can see on here. There we go. This is where you buy all the bits, so you can get all of these different reels. Well, some of them are DLC, so which is pretty cool. You got all of these bits on here, all the different baits as well. Or yeah, I think I don't know, but you can get all of these as well, which are awesome. I think these are some of the better ones. You can see a Predator pack. So there's a fair bit you can get on this game DLC wise, and definitely worth if you're interested in fishing. Definitely worth picking these up as you go along, just to improve your experience and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, that's all the stuff. I mean, look at this. This keeps going on and on and on and on. And sorry, but all these have to be designed. I mean, that's a lot of stuff to do, but it's great. But yeah, I think we're going to call that an end there for my Festival of Bass video. Hopefully everyone has enjoyed it. I sure have. That was quite good coming back onto Bassmaster. It's been a little while. We'll have to get on it a bit more. But yeah, big thanks to Dovetail Games for the opportunity to be part of the Festival of Bass. Much appreciated. I'm sure there's lots of different awesome stuff being showed off in the festival, so make sure to stay tuned for the next slot after this. But that is going to be it from me. Thanks all for coming in. Big thanks to Dovetail again. But apart from that, this is Bassmaster 2022. That was Lake Hartwell. hopefully everyone enjoyed, and I'll see you all in the next one. See you all. Thanks, guys. Take care.
Nice. Thank you, the British Ace. That was cool. I enjoyed it. We are running behind schedule, so I'm going to jump straight into the next video, which was created by our very own Wobbly Captain. He's taking on the Elite Series Pro Challenge on Toledo Bend, which is one of the career mode events that's not bass focused. So let's see how Wobbly Captain gets on during this event.
Hello everybody and welcome to Bassmaster Fishing. Now today we're going to do a little bit of a let's play, and I'm going to continue my career at Toledo Bend Pro Challenge Elite Series. So it's the total length that counts, not the weight.
Today's all about one thing, getting inside that cut line. Who will it be? Our anglers are ready for takeoff, so let's join them on the water.
Okay, so let's go. So I'm really throwing myself in at the deep end here. Very little prep. I've not been on this lake for, it must be quite some time now. I've got a few setups. I've probably got approximately just 10 rods on this boat. It will hold 25. And I have got some rods from the Elite Equipment Pack. As you can see, the wrap on the boat is from the Elite Equipment Pack, and I believe the clothing is as well, regarding the hoodie and baseball cap. So this is a known hotspot, but are there any fish here? That's the question. Now, fingers crossed, there's some fish here, and we can get started. So we've just got one round, and all we've got to do is come first. Now, how easy is it going to be? Let's try the Genko Holistic swim bait. Always a very good swim bait this is. Apart from, am I going to get snagged now? We will see. There's got to be some fish around here. Oh, we're in. Didn't quite see what that was. Was it a long-nosed gar or a chain pickerel? Is it a chain pickerel? I don't know. Let's have a look. Oh, there you go. Chain pickerel. That's a pretty good one because they are quite long. So that's a good start. We just need to keep this up. So we've had a good start. Remember, it's all about the total length. Come on. Oh, boom, we're in. Look like a bass. Every fish counts because it's all about the total length in this competition. Hopefully it doesn't get stuck on the back of the boat. Come on. Time's precious. Yes, we got it.
You're gonna have a few competitors trembling with that toad.
7 pounds 2 ounce bass. So like I say, this is a known hotspot. If you are a new player, I would recommend this particular spot here where I've come out to. Usually there's a lot more fish. There's a few fish here. It's just getting them to bite, which sometimes can prove a bit of a challenge. So this swim bait I'm using now, I believe, is out of the Predator equipment pack, and this is another excellent swim bait. But will it catch me anything? It doesn't look like it is going to. I'm not overly confident here. I really aren't. I'm actually getting a little bit worried because there doesn't seem to be many fish here. I'm going to cast around in various places in this area, because generally this is really good area. I suppose it all depends very much on the time of day and water temperature. So we'll try one of these plastic worms, just see if we can get a bite. Anything. I just want anything, really. Still maintaining first position, which is the only good thing happening at the moment. I've got that sinking feeling, I really have. I've got that sinking feeling where perhaps coming to this particular spot wasn't the best spot to come to. But we'll keep trying, plenty of time, right? Still got approximately just over 24 minutes left. So we'll just keep going. I fell down into second position now. Oh, boom, we are in. Long-nosed gar on the tremor shad. The tremor shad is always a good lure to use. And the long-nosed gar is an excellent fish to catch in this competition, because it's all about the length, right? And these are really long fish. There we go, look at that. Could do with a lot more of them.
What a finned freak of nature.
47 inches in length. If we can catch a few more of them, we're on to a winner. Back up in number 1 position. Beginning to feel my luck might have just run out on the tremor shad. Is that the only fish I'm going to catch? Oh no. Let's try something else. To be honest, I'm not overly confident in this spot. I'm getting a little bit worried, actually. Where are the fish? Where are the fish? I bet they're all hiding in the reeds there. I bet they're possibly a lot closer into the bank. I don't know. Where are the fish? once the light starts dropping off, it gets a little bit difficult to see the fish. I'm not confident here, I really aren't. Let's go to another. Have I got anything else marked on the map? I'll go to my next location down here. Have a go. I've got an icon marked on the map here, but I cannot actually remember where the actual hotspot is. So I'm going to have to cast around. I just can't remember where it is. We'll have a few throws, see if we can locate any fish. Right, I'm starting to get a little bit worried now. Where are the fish? Where are the fish? I'm beginning to think I should have stayed where I was. I'm just casting out now, just trying to locate some fish. That's all I'm doing. The light's fading and the water's the light in the water. It's getting very dark. It's getting difficult to actually see the fish. Well, the good news is we're still in first position. The bad news is I can't catch any fish. With 18 minutes, just over 18 minutes left. Let's try the good old Genko listing. Will this attract any fish in the area? This is why it's always best doing your research and know the locations where the fish are going to be. And as you clearly can see, I haven't done any of that. I'm just relying on my instinct and a few areas where I've caught fish in the past. But oh, there we go. There's a few fish around here. Get a little bit closer into the bank. I'm just relying on these little areas I've got marked off, but I don't know if the fish are going to be here at different times. So there's a few fish around. Anything will do, anything. I just want anything. I've dropped down now into second position, and I'm finding it difficult to not only locate the fish in the spots that I chose for this event, but to actually catch a fish. Let's try the tremor shad, the good old tremor shad. This normally catches some big fish, particularly bass. Possibly my luck has run out in this video. Maybe, just maybe, I may lose. I may lose. The fish have got to be around here, right? They're on the fish finder. Where They're on the sonar there, on the top left-hand corner. Where? There we go. They look like they're a lot closer into the bank there. Let's just move forward just a little bit. Possibly closer to the bank. Let's just have another throw. Let's have a look. There's not many here. There's a few here. Let's change. Let's change. Let's try something else. Try anything. I want anything. Any fish will do. Look, I'm in third place now. We're falling down the leaderboards here. There's a few fish around. Just cannot get any of them to bite. Probably obviously using the wrong, possibly using the wrong lures and wrong colours. The light conditions maybe. Just keep trying, just keep plugging away. I'm regretting moving now because I know the other spot I was in. I know that's generally a good hot spot. I'm not too sure down here. I have got this area marked off on my map, but I don't know the exact position. I cannot remember the exact position I was catching fish here when I was last here. There's loads of fish on the fish finder on the sonar there. There's a few fish there. Come on, we just want one. One fish. Sometimes this game can be very, very easy, and sometimes it can be a little bit challenging. Surely something's got to go for the Genko Holistic swim bait, right? Surely. That would be nice if I could catch that. Was it a catfish? Loads of fish here. I'm going to try this. Now normally this this jerk bait I'm trying here is for a lot deeper water. I possibly might get snagged with it here, but I'm just going to try my luck with it. I'm going to try anything. Absolutely anything. Normally I would use this in a lot more deeper water. I wouldn't use this in the margins, but desperate times call for desperate measures, right? So oh, here we go. No, oh, come on, I could do with that gar. Yes. Oh my gosh. Now, generally, that jerkbait there, I would have used in deeper water. I wouldn't have dreamed of using it in the margins, but like I say, I'm trying anything. We're in, finally. I've got a lot of catch-up to do, a lot of catch-up to do. Falling down the leaderboards.
What a finned freak of nature.
Now, I think that was 45 inches long. Where has that put me? I'm still in 4th position. I have got an absolute mountain to climb here. We could do with another long nose gar, most definitely. We could do with a few of them, actually. Can I get lucky again with this lure? I've got 11 minutes to go, an absolute mountain to climb. I'm going to need an awful lot of luck. I don't generally lose these matches. What have we got? I'll tell you what, shall we go on to a... Let's have a look what we got here. Maybe a top bait? Shall we try top bait? Top water? Getting desperate now. 10 minutes. 10 minutes left. Oh, the bass. Oh, we're in. It's a small... I don't know. Is it a white bass? A small striper? I don't know what that is. White bass. If I can keep catching lots of little fish, they all add up. But how do you reckon this is going to go? Am I going to win this? There's some bass down here now, isn't there? Look, this is attracting the bass, but maybe it's the wrong colour. But we just had the white bass, so maybe I can get a bigger bass. Here we go. No, changed his mind. There we go. No, here's where we go again. No, come on. Is it Skylar Hamilton, top place? What has he got? He's got 220 inches. And I've got 151 in length. So, wow. What a mountain to climb. Let's change the colour of this top water bait. Let's go for another one. Let's just go for a different colour. Let's try one of these. This should just go under the surface. This one should. So there's fish down here. I just can't get consistent bites. We'll just keep trying different lures. Let's try a red one. Go back on the top water, but with a white one. Seven minutes left. I'm facing quite a bit of a challenge now. I can't catch any fish. Do with that long nose gar. That long nose gar. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Yes, 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 yes. Perfect strike. Boom, shakalaka. Finally, we're in. This has been really tough. This has. Now, this should put me closer. Depending how big this is, we may be near 200 inches, so it's going to get awfully close. Towards the last 5 minutes. that will be remaining in the game by the time I get this in. In the event, should I say, not the game. How big is that?
What a finned freak of nature.
Trophy, 25 pound, 8 ounces. Was it 55 inches in length? I think it was. That has put me in 3rd position. Now, 5 minutes left. This is so close. It's going down to the wire. Any fish now, just any fish. We want anything. A couple of these bass would be good. That are lurking down here. 207. Just over 207 inches in total length. Top player has got 220. This is really close. Come on, fish. We just had a long nose gar on this, so we should get something else. Any fish. I'm looking for any fish. We've got just over 4 minutes left. Managed to pull back into 3rd position. It is so close now. It's going down to the wire. Anything. I just want anything. Let's try the Genco Listic swim bait. Surely we can catch something on the Genco Listic. Loads of fish down here. Lots of fish. Just struggling. Just struggle to get the bites in this competition today. We've got 1 round, remember, and I really, really need to come 1st position. There's a lot of fish down here. We just... Yes, there we go. Boom. I'm not too sure what that was. It might have been a white bass. Could have been a largemouth bass. Didn't see it. Just came in so fast for anything. I'm going to try and get this on the boat as quickly as I can, because we've got just over 3 minutes left. And hopefully this fish may, if I'm lucky, put me in 1st position. White bass trophy. Didn't actually quite catch out the length of it, but it has put me in 1st position. And I'm currently winning by approximately 8 inches, just over 8 inches in length. I cannot believe that I've managed to get back in 1st position. Now, hopefully, my fellow competitors won't catch any fish. And we can walk away with the trophy on this one. One more fish would most definitely seal it, I think. Approximately 2 minutes. 2 minutes left. Can we hold this 1st position? Let's try the tremor shad. The good old tremor shad. Can we catch something right at the very end using the tremor shad? Let's have a go. Just keep an eye on that leaderboard at the top. Fingers crossed none of them fellow competitors catch any fish. No, I can't actually cast out. I just have to Won't let me cast out on the short range. It's catching the water. We'll try the long range. Go back onto the long range. We just want one more fish would be nice. There we go. Boom. We're in. That was a bass. Largemouth bass, I think that was. We're going to try get this on board the boat before the time's up. Keeping an eye on them on second and third position, hoping that they don't just sneak a fish in at the very end, which hopefully I will here. Can I get this on board? Can't believe I'm possibly going to win this.
Somebody caught a toad.
Yes, that must have sealed it. Let's have a look. First position. We'll just hang out now on the boat here, keeping an eye on that leaderboard and the time as it counts down. I cannot believe I'm going to win this because I played so poorly, but managed to it went right down to the line. I've managed to hopefully hold on to first position here.
Wow, the competition was tough out there today. Let's have a look and see how you did.
So yes, wow. Managed to pull it off. I cannot believe that. I really thought I was going to lose that. Didn't have much prep for this event. I just went into a couple of my known hotspot locations.
Come on up with your limit and let's see what the scales say. Let's get ready to weigh some fish.
So I think we show our
biggest fish.
Yes, we show our biggest fish here, and yeah, I don't know why I've actually got my fish up my sleeve there. That's a long nose score, and I'm actually holding it up my sleeve. So I think we'll have to blame Des for that one. But in the end, I pulled it off. I got number 1 position. You've been listening to the Wobbly Captain. We've been playing Bassmaster Fishing.
Let's hear it for your Bassmaster Elite Series event winner.
So there you go. Thanks for watching.
All right, we are moving swiftly onwards. Make sure you subscribe to Wobbly Captain on YouTube and the British Ace as well. So the next things we're meant to be doing is some games with the community, but I do think that the next videos we've got are longer than the half-an-hour mark. So we're going to jump straight into Bass Gaming episode 3 with Jeff, and then into Carl, and then depending on how late it gets towards the end, we'll try and maybe do a little community game at the end. But you know, time is running away with us as always. So I'll catch you on the other side of this one. All right.
Welcome into another episode of Bass Gaming. I'm your host again today, Ronnie Moore, and I've got a special guest with me, and it's one from across the border, one of our Bassmaster Elite Series pros from Canada, and that would be the one and only Jeff Gustafson. Gussie, how are you today?
I'm pretty good, Ronnie.
Well, I know we're getting into this gameplay in just a minute, and we're over at Toledo Bend today, and you've traveled across the country, and a lot of these bodies of water look much different than what you have in Canada. So for you being a professional angler, I mean, transitioning over and traveling the United States, how much of an adjustment period is that? It's your 4th year on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and probably you're close to your 10th overall competing, and you've seen it all probably at this point.
Yeah, I've learned a few things the hard way for sure over the years. But before we get to that, first of all, I'm glad I get to commentate on your fishing now.
Hey, exactly.
And, I'm probably not going to be as nice to you as you are to me all the time on Bass Live. You share lots of love for me, and I appreciate it. But I look forward to this, and I started back in 2012. I did 6 years on the FLW tour, and then going into year 4 in the Elite Series, and very grateful, lucky every day that I'm getting to travel around to fish for bass and have a lot of fun.
Well, some of these places and I'm at my first spot now, obviously, and making some casts, and at Toledo Bend, there's some big bass, so I want to go with some heavier line and a swim jig to start off, and try to fish it around some of the lily pads and some of the grass in the game. And I didn't catch one on my first cast, so I'm hoping that it's better. I'm hoping it's just as good as Lake Chickamauga was for me, because I caught a lot on the last stream with Scout Martin. But actually, I'm just hooked up right now. Second cast, Gussie. Now commentate this. This one looks like a pretty good one.
You never want to get one on the first cast. Actually, we'll do half casts a lot because it's bad luck. But what do we got? What do we got here?
It actually looks like the right species. It does look like a largemouth, and I've got to mess with this drag system, and that's the one thing that's really realistic about this game. Other than the lakes and the mapping is very similar to the actual lakes and the kind of terrain that you're going to face on these bodies of waters. But it looks like a largemouth, and it is a largemouth. So that's a good way to start it. I will take a 6-pound 2-ouncer all day long. I'm going to go ahead and, you know what? Because you're going to razz me the rest of the game for how I do, I'm going to upload that one to Dovetail Live so everyone knows that I at least caught a 6-pounder to kick off the show. So I am very blessed that this is the way we're starting the show, that the second cast of the day is a 6-pounder. So I will hand it over to you. I mean, I fought that fish well. I landed it right at the boat. And you know, I'm not a perfect fisherman, so I'll probably lose some fish during this episode. But right now, it's off to a good start.
I've had limits that weigh 6 pounds before, so that's a really good start.
Well, speaking of limits that you've had, I want to go back to the 2021 season. So for viewers at home that don't know, you have largemouth and you have smallmouth up north in Canada, Minnesota, you're neighboring, and you're not a part of Canada where it's over New York. You're a part of Canada where it's over Minnesota and Wisconsin, that region over there. And you have largemouth, you have smallmouth, but they just act differently and than maybe southern fish do, where we spend a lot of our season. Yeah. But in 2021, you knocked out something that that every angler wants to do and that you've been trying to do for a long time, and that was get a Bassmaster Elite Series and a pro level win. And you did it all on smallmouth when no one else thought it was going to happen. And so tell me a little bit about that. That was an incredible 4 days at the Tennessee River out of Knoxville.
Yeah, and they just announced the Classic next year is going to be back at Knoxville at that venue a little bit later in the year, but a close enough time frame that I really, really want to be there. So that's my, that's some more motivation to catch fish this coming season. But yeah, for sure, that event highlighted my fishing career for sure. We all dream about getting to hoist one of those trophies. They're a lot heavier than they look, and it was a great week. And I caught them on a kind of a Canadian technique. I'm calling it a Canadian technique, but using a jerk shad, a Z-Man jerk shad on a minnow, or on a minnow imitating jig head, catching them deep, watching all the fish on my electronics. So it was pretty cool.
That was very cool. And we were kind of saying during the live show there, speaking of the commentary portion of it, we were kind of shocked. We were like, man, every day, you don't know if it's getting easier or harder for him. 5 smallmouth, that size limit, that's going to be difficult to do. And on that final day, you had a fog delay, and your best time of the day was the first 90 minutes of the day, and you had a 90-minute fog delay, and we're like, man, if there's ever a day for us to doubt Gussie, it might be today. And you get to your first spot and catch them. I mean, immediately you catch a couple of fish and we're like, well, it looks like he's going to be all right. And so you staved off any comeback from the guys that were fishing for largemouth, trying to win their way back into the winner's circle. But so that was a very impressive win. And you've been close before, and you've taken those losses well. And but the win, it was very good. A lot of people say, hey, nice guys do finish first, because you are such a nice guy to work with on the water around other anglers. And Gussie, I started off strong. I started off with a 6-pounder, and since then I've caught just a couple little ones. I've caught some non-bass. So back-to-back casts with crappie or crappie, as people maybe up where you are. I need to probably back off or move a little area. One thing that's very interesting in this game is the graph. It does not lie, just like in real life. After catching a couple fish, the graph seemed to not as many fish on the graph. So I'm going to push farther back into this creek and try to see if I've chased that school, farther in here, and hopefully I'll catch a couple.
The electronics are your friend always. And if they're not showing you anything, you gotta keep it moving, find biters. I kind of have a 15-minute rule, especially in practice, where if I do the same thing for 15 minutes, whether it's going down, flipping, throwing a swim jig, looking at my graph, and I don't see any signs of life that are going to help me, moving forward, we got to do something else.
That's very interesting. A 15-minute rule. They think, a lot of the stuff we talk about is the actual tournament days, those 4 days of competition. But if you're not a good practice angler either, then that really hinders your tournament performance possibly. So yeah, walk me through that a little bit. What's your process of, hey, I just got out on Toledo Bend. I didn't just practice for an hour and then start doing this gameplay. This is just straight out from the boat dock. You saw me leave right there at the Toledo Bend golf course launch right there that's so famously known. And we're just catching some, but adjusting on the water in practice is, that's probably 50-60% of the whole tournament plan.
Well, in the Elite Series, we get 3 days to practice, so a little bit more time than you're getting in the game, but it's short. And if it's a body of water you don't have a lot of experience on, you got to try to be efficient and cover some ground. You try to have an idea of, like, based on the time of year and the situation, the weather, where to begin your search. If I can fish deep, fish offshore, that's my preference. I love to use my electronics and do that. But sometimes you got to get up on the bank. Sometimes, a lot of our events are around some stage of the spawn. So you just use that intelligence to make decisions based on, to try to find where the fish are. But yeah, it's hard to not, rely on memories and past experiences. Lots of times those are good to have and they work again, but more often than not, you got to try to find fresh what's happening right now and cover a lot of ground. I mean, you follow all these guys. They're really good. The best guys move, they're not spot sitters very often. They're looking for biters and keeping it moving.
And that's the biggest thing from maybe, local or regional anglers that are good on certain lakes or certain states and things like that, is that it isn't spot oriented. Yes, there are spots that you guys find, but you guys have to more so develop patterns in 3 or 4 days and see where it's been trending, to even get bites at the beginning of practice, to see where it's trending to if the weather's changing. I know in Florida, for the Elite Series kickoff, everyone's watching weather before the season starts to see what it is 2 or 3 weeks before the year gets underway, to know how it's changed, what it's been like and how it's changing. So when you're there, what adjustments you need to make. So I know that that's a huge thing as well. It's not just spots, but it is patterns. And so for right now, this spot, obviously it's not necessarily working out. So I'm not catching all the largemouth that I want. I'm catching striper and crappie and different things like that. So I'm having to adjust right now. I went from a swim jig to a square bill. I'm even going to mix in and throw a Texas rig right now. And honestly, there are certain baits that are great with hookups. And I know you know that in practice, that, hey, I'm going to throw this bait because I land 100% of the fish, and I need to know what size I'm dealing with bass wise, or I need to get every bite in the boat to figure it out. And it's not very good that I've lost 3 in a row on a Texas rig. They are biting it and running at me, and I'm not hooking them right now. So I know you've had that problem before, but that's very discouraging sometimes because you don't have a clue of how big or how small that fish was.
Nobody wants to lose fish.
No.
I'm a very picky hook guy, and you want to definitely match your hook to your presentation and to the size of fish you're after and the line and rod that you're using.
Yeah, line size is huge. Say what?
Where's your Ned rig?
No, I don't break the Ned rig out until the last hour of the tournament, and I need a bite or two. And I probably should start out with it, but I don't. But actually, after losing these 3 fish, it looks like I do have one hooked up, and it is a big one, but I don't think it's a largemouth. I do think it's of the stripe variety, which, hey, those are fun. And I did not expect to catch that all the way back in this creek on a Texas rig, but it looks like I have a giant striper on, and that can be fun, Gussie, but that can also take up a lot of practice time. It can take up tournament time. I know big catfish have hindered anglers as well.
Oh, yeah.
In the tournament. It's a different mentality with time-wise in a tournament. As I'm trying to land this fish, is like you don't want to waste too much time.
If you're using good tackle too, you don't want to break them off or anything. So you're like, I've chased stripers who are halfway across a creek just to try and wear them out and get my bait back, and then your line's ruined and you've just wasted like 20 minutes of your day.
And that's the thing with these bigger fish. This looks like a really big striper for me. And so I'm having to actually fight the drag and play that drag system. And I know you guys with spinning tackle or with certain techniques, you have your drag flexible. It moves back and forth, tightened up and loosened up. And right now with this fish making surges, I got to loosen it up and then retighten it to make sure I don't lose it. And especially, this is probably, I think, Gussie, it's an honor for you to be on the show. And I'm just going to say that because I think this is the biggest fish I've ever caught. 34 pounds, 8 ounces. Oh my goodness. I've got to upload that to Dovetail Live just so we know that I've accomplished that. A legendary, or not a legendary, but a trophy striper, 34.8. Have you caught one that big? That is a giant striper.
I've definitely caught some 20 in the 20-pound range before, and they are probably the toughest freshwater fish I've ever had to battle with.
I have this is kind of like real life though. I know it's a video game and I know you're not with me playing it or out on the lake in real life, but I'm taking as many photos. I'm screenshotting it on my Xbox app. I'm screenshotting it on the Dovetail app. I need to get as many photos of this giant as possible because I don't know if I've ever caught a 34-pound striper in real life or in this game. So wow, Toledo Bend, couple small bites after that 6-pounder and now a giant. But
we got to find you a limit, bud.
I know.
Important.
I need to get a limit. I've got some time. You know, we're just getting in. We're about halfway into this stream, maybe a third of the way into this stream, and I've got to do that. But I'm getting some bites. It's kind of do or die here. I'm catching a giant largemouth and giant striper or very small fish. So Toledo Bend's kind of got me zigging and zagging right now. But for you, Gussie, we mentioned it. Your 4th year on the Elite Series, and it'll be, I think, your 3rd Classic in March that you get to compete in, and it's at a body of water that I think you're probably pretty excited out of the first 2 classics you fished. Lake Hartwell for your 3rd one. I'm not going to say it's your favorite or your favorited there, but this could set up very well for your style.
Yeah, I have good history at Hartwell. Again, deep water, clear water, big spotted bass, and that's going to be I'm going to really push that program quite a bit. I'm really excited for it. Yeah, it's going to be fun. The last couple of classics, you know, you go into practice and give her and try to develop some kind of winning pattern, and it never just hasn't really worked out. And you go into the event, just, you know, if you're going into it like hoping to get lucky for 3 days against these guys, it's probably never going to happen. you gotta really dial something in and figure something out. So hopefully at Lake Hartwell in March, that's, you know, I'm going to be able to do that.
And you were mentioning that some of the events that we have, especially at the beginning of the season, are farther down south, so we don't necessarily have cold water, maybe pre-spawn events. And for folks tuning in, pre-spawn is before the fish get really shallow and they spawn, which is, you know, making babies during their seasonal time. The water temperature has to get to a certain point for them to do that. The moon cycle as well. We don't have a lot of pre-spawn events with colder water, and everyone's kind of like, I hope it warms up for the classic. You're probably the opposite. You hope it stays a little colder because the style and the bait that you used to win your elite event this past season would suit out well for a cold weather classic. And obviously it makes it a little tougher for those guys who like to move a lot and cover a lot of water if those fish are maybe more lethargic.
Yeah, I want our boats to be frozen to the trailer in the morning when we launch. That's like the ideal scenario for me. It's happened there before, and that's what I'm hoping for. But yeah, you never know. You got to be open-minded, much like in the game here, and be willing to try not necessarily just rely on what you want to use, but what is the best, for that situation that you're faced with.
And that's exactly what you're seeing right now, is that I've caught 4 or 5 fish in a row, but they're all very, very small fish. And a lot of people playing the game would love to continue to catch these because it's just fun to catch a fish on every cast at times, hoping that there's a big one. But I'm going to actually try to force it and make a big one show up. So I'm going to switch it up as well, which is kind of difficult for people to do. Same thing in the tournament game. How hard is it for you to make an adjustment when you're catching fish? Maybe you're catching 2-pounders, maybe you're catching 3-pounders on certain bodies of water where you need bigger ones. How hard is it to leave biting fish at times to go find the quality and the size that you need? Right now, I mean, I've got that big largemouth, but I don't have much to go with it. So I'm trying to take the evidence, whether I see fish underwater farther past where my bait's landing or maybe closer to the boat. I need to move the boat around. I need to navigate in that area and find something else. You guys have to do the same thing, but with $100,000 on the line.
Yeah, so sometimes we always go into every event like try to figure out how can I win this tournament. We all want that blue trophy at the end of the weekend, but sometimes their points are very important. Not bombing is very important because we all want to make the classic. We all want to stay in the Elite Series. So you don't want to have any like really bad events. So for me, if I develop a program where I feel like I can catch big ones and really focus on big ones, I mean, that's the dream scenario. I'm going to go for it. But a lot of times you just gotta, limits are very important. A secondary goal this year for me is to catch my limit every day. And that's 5 bass every day of the season. It doesn't sound like it's that hard. And a lot of the venues, it's not that hard, but I can tell you, it's super hard to do that. And
0 people did it last year on the Elite Series. Even with Seth Fighter's great day or great year, I believe he had a slip up maybe the second event and didn't catch a limit one of those days. And like you said, we have fog delay. Day 1 of the season last year at the St. John's gave you half a day of competition instead of a full day.
Cool. Yeah.
You got places you're making an hour-long run one way, so you're losing a third of your day or a quarter of your day doing that. So yeah, limits are not easy. And for viewers tuning in, our limits on the Bassmaster Elite Series, 5 fish, and they have to be largemouth, smallmouth, or spotted bass, depending on the body of water. And they have to meet a certain size limit, not just a weight limit, a size limit. So that is difficult. And the fact that no one did it, even with Seth's great year, even with Chris Johnston coming in second, Brandon Pollen, everybody has a slip up. And it's just when you have that slip up, you could have a slip up in a slugfest and you're 40 pounds behind the leaders. It's hard to catch up that way. Yeah.
No, so yeah, sometimes you just got to try to survive, catch limits, and that becomes the focus. So, it just, every situation's different, but over the course of the season, I mean, we will have events where the weather is not our friend, not conducive to that body of water, and it gets to be hard. And then, like you say, there's going to be slugfest events, especially, we have a really good schedule this year. There's going to be a lot of giant bass caught, and you want to just try to keep up with everybody when that's going down.
Well, if I enter any tournaments going forward, it needs to be a non-bass tournament, because I just caught a 10-pound drum for folks tuning in. And those things they'll make you think this could be a bass until it gets right at the boat, or it starts circling the way they fight. They fight a little bit different. So a 10-pound drum, I've caught a 30-pound striper, I've caught a 6-pound largemouth. I mean, everything's big at Toledo Bend. I just need to dial it in on the green ones, and that's the ones I'm looking for. So
the drum will trick you, because they like to hang out around a lot of the same types of cover and structure that bass do. And I've been fooled before. Like, here it is. That's the one. And then it's a big drum.
And I think that sometimes when I feel like in this game right now, I feel like I'm around too many stripers, too many drum. Whenever I'm reeling my bait on a cast that I'm not getting bites on, I feel like I'm just around maybe the wrong area. So I'm gonna stay close though, because there's still fish on the graph, and I got to trust in that for the most part. And so I'm gonna move around just the corner from where I'm at, just get a different angle, there's some rock and some grass there, and I'm gonna throw my normal baits, the square bill, and a little bit of Texas rig probably as well. So I'm gonna make that a little bit of an adjustment. And what's cool is you can make a big adjustment and get on the big motor and dovetail fishing Bassmaster 2022 and run all the way across the lake to the other end, or you can get on the trolling motor feature and adjust. And that's kind of what I did earlier in the segment when I kind of catch fish out of my area and they're no longer on the graph. I pushed forward a little bit, and you know how important it is to be stealthy out on the water and not use your big motor all the time. So I've tried to implement that and not get in a hurry and try to use my trolling motor in this game too, which is a cool feature.
Yeah, anytime you're fishing, especially shallow, I mean, stealth is very important. You got to be sneaky. One of my biggest pet peeves is if whoever's in the boat with me slams the storage compartment doors. Pretty much every bass within 100 yards knows you're there, and they're going to get a lot harder to catch.
That is a difficult thing to manage, and I'm seeing some striper already underneath the water here, so just bear with me, but I'm probably going to end up catching some striper on the next few casts as well, just because they tend to bite a little bit quicker than the largemouth do. So I wouldn't be surprised if I caught another striper, but we're going to try to maybe switch up some baits and catch some largemouth to focus on it there. And what's very cool is it is very realistic in this game. The different species that are in lakes, a lot of times they're pretty. There it is. I just hooked it's another striper. I can already tell, and I saw it really how quick.
Sometimes you got to go through the stripers to get to the bass too. So
hey, that's the good thing though, is that
striper, they're always around bait as well in the real life. So if they're oriented around bait fish, maybe there are schools of largemouth or spotted bass or smallmouth. I don't think smallmouth and striper necessarily as much, maybe except where you won, that they'll both occupy areas. But another striper. And so while I'm hooked up with this striper, it's probably going to take about a minute to land this fish. For you, being able to see yourself in a video game, let's just go ahead. I'm just going to take my hand off the controller real quick and just put my hand up. Think about that. You're in a video game. This is kind of like if you're a football fan, you've watched quarterbacks, that you've looked up to your whole life in video games, and you get to play as them. You have fans now in Canada that get to play as Jeff Gustafson on the Bassmaster Elite Series and the Classic in this game.
Yeah, it's kind of pretty cool. And I've gotten a lot of messages over the last couple of months from friends and from just people via social media that are having fun playing the game. And so that's been pretty awesome, good to hear. I've got like pretty much nothing but good feedback, and it's honor to be included with it, especially with all the other anglers that are also in it.
Well, Gusty, I don't want to change the subject, but I just lost. I lost an absolute giant largemouth.
Oh, wow.
The bite we've been waiting on. You saw my reaction there. I had to just have a little heart-to-heart conversation, had to turn the camera on my character and look him in the eyes and say, we finally got an opportunity, and we let that big one run straight at the trolling motor and cut me off. So I'll have to deal with that later. I did. I got muscled. I was fighting him great, and he just made a surge at the boat, and I ended up losing him. That's not exactly what I want, but I had to have a little heart-to-heart. How many times on the water in a season do you have to have a heart-to-heart with yourself? And Jeff, you got to be better than that, bud.
Yeah, it happens. Sometimes it's a bad cast. Sometimes you were going through the motions. You didn't get a good hook set, and sometimes it's a lost fish. Lost fish, generally, unless I did something wrong, really blatantly, I don't let that. I mean, you get 10 seconds to be mad, and then it's gone. You got to find another one.
Yeah, and for that
nobody cares when you get into the weigh-in and say, I lost like 7 fish today. Like, nobody cares. So
yeah, if we had a tournament for the fish that didn't make it in, there would be some anglers that probably win most of them, because they seem to either have a fish story or two, or they do actually lose big ones, which it's a whole nother game. Catching fish is catching fish, but catching big ones, you don't get many opportunities at it. So it does break your heart when you lose them. So if you were to give me a pep talk, you say, hey, 15 seconds and don't be mad anymore. Yep. I mean, is that one of those things where you're like, hey, now I'm hopeful, there are fish in the area, and I lost one, but it's a good thing I got bit.
Exactly. You got an opportunity, learn from every bite you get, and just try to be better.
For you, Gussie, we talked about the Classic. We talked about your 4th year on the Elite Series. We started the season in Florida just last week or two, and obviously Florida's a whole different body of water. You've almost won events in Florida before, but it is not easy to be consistent. So what kind of mindset going into having 2 events in Florida do you need to prepare yourself for to maybe salvage?
When you get out there, you just kind of got to get a feel for how is the fishing good? Is it easy? Usually for me, it's not in Florida, but it's funny because a lot of northern anglers struggle, I think, because we want to fish fast. We want to look for biters. I mean, that's how we do it back home a lot of the time. And in Florida, often that doesn't pan out very good. For practice, it's okay, but if you can find that, and it doesn't matter if you're in the small little fun lakes in Florida, or you're on Okeechobee or the Harris Chain or the St. John River, you got to find those 100 or 200 yard stretches that have fish, and slow down, fish, be really meticulous, pick it apart, and usually it can be easy if you can find those good stretches. So
well, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to be patient here. I don't like to run around on our streams, because if I'm driving the boat, I can't catch one. So I've been backing up off of the spot, trying to give it another shot. And Gussie, I have a big one on right now, and so now the pressure's on. I can feel there's a heartbeat option in this game.
Flipping it?
No, we are not boat flipping this one. This is going to be looks like the biggest one of the day, and it's on a crankbait. So I got treble hooks. I don't have a big line. I'm trying to make sure with this square bill I don't lose this fish, because it looks like it could be the biggest largemouth of the day. I know we've caught a 6 to start the day, but oh my goodness, I just got him. 8 pounder, an 8 pounder, Gussie, 8 pounds, 3 ounces. That would be my personal best. I've never caught a 9 or 10 pounder. And so an 8.3 would be my personal best.
We're moving up the leaderboard, buddy.
Look at that. I've landed some giants today. I've landed a 6-pound largemouth, an 8-pound largemouth, and then I've landed that 30-pound striper, and I believe also a 20 pounder and a 10-pound drum. I'm catching some giants. They're just not all bass.
Giants.
I'm excited about that. Hey, maybe it's a good tide. You know how we catch one striper, it normally leads into another striper or another drum or things like that. Maybe this one will lead into another bass. And I have not seen a bunch of bass on the graph, but I'm seeing a couple that are around. So if I can maybe listen to the retrieve advice, the cadence that I need to do it, stop and go, constant, that kind of thing, maybe I can land another big largemouth. But there's a couple places, you mentioned it, that on the Elite Series this year that are going to be big bass places. The first couple events, you start 2 in Florida. We have 1 in South Carolina, 1 in Tennessee, and then 1 in Texas and 1 in Alabama. Those first 6 events, they could have some giant largemouth incorporated. I've got another one on, by the way. I've got another largemouth on. I told you, hey, back-to-back casts, I can kind of pattern it now, and that's what you hope to do is once you get into this game, you see how these fish behave, and you can maybe pattern it. And I have got 3. I've got some other smaller fish as well, but 3 fish over 5 pounds. I just caught a 5-pound largemouth there. Very pleased with that. I got an 8, a 5, and a 6 for largemouth, but I'm not seeing many fish, so I think I'm going to make a move and maybe test my luck. I did that last stream at Chickamauga with Scott Martin, and the second spot I pulled up on was just as good as the first, it seemed, catching fish-wise. So I'm going to make a little bit of a run. But while I do that, we're talking about big bass places this year. What are you excited for? Have you been to all of these bodies of water before?
I've been to everywhere on the schedule before except Lake Oahe. So that's going to be a new one for me, but that's a smallmouth factory, so I'm excited for it. It's going to be fun. But as far as the big ones go, like these first few events, I mean, you could see century belts getting handed out, particularly at Santee, I think, if the weather's, cooperating with us.
Which is 100 pounds for a century belt. That's 100 pounds in 4 days of fishing, 5 bass a day maximum. So at most, at least you're averaging, if you have 20 fish, is a 5-pound average, which is just like the last one I caught. And for you, you're actually one guy who's invested in this, and it's the underwater camera aspect. When I'm in this game, I can see the fish that are around, whether they are interested in my bait or not. That means I can switch up baits. I can maybe attract them, maybe make a different cast angle, maybe have a different cadence to my retrieve. Yeah, and for you like your AquaView underwater camera, and that tells you a lot. What have you learned from not only looking at your electronics and seeing readouts that, hey, there's fish under here, I just don't know what species, maybe, unless I'm really dialed in on that lake, to where when you drop an actual camera down there, you can see exactly what they are and how they're sitting and how many?
Well, we all have great electronics now on our boats, so often we can see the fish down there and then drop a bait down, and if they don't bite, sometimes you'll go through a few different baits, nothing's working, drop the AquaView down, and then see, oh, they're not even bass, they're white bass, or they're walleyes, or they're suckers, or some odd species. Like that happens all the time. As a pre-fishing tool, I can drop it down and look at a brush pile and not burn. If there's 1 or 2 bass there, I can just, take a mental note of that and not have to burn them and sort of save them for the tournament the next day. But it's a lot of fun to use and see how the fish react or, interact with the cover that's down there.
I don't fish offshore much, and it says that in the game as well. Like I just pulled into this short pocket. I see some lily pads and some reeds and some grass in the bank here. Yeah, I'm a bank beater. I would got to cover water. I'd rather catch 5 in a day than 55. And so that's exactly what my style is. But I did have the forward-facing sonar on the water one time fishing a brush pile. And I wish I would have had a camera, because I remember looking at it and I'm like, this is a really dense brush pile. I just caught a big drum as well again. So this spot has drum as well. But if I would have dropped the camera down, I looked at my electronics and I saw a brush pile was lit up. I mean, it looked like a big Christmas tree, full, like a really thick density. And you can see that by how sharp the returns are. And I thought it was just a big dense brush pile. And when I pitched my bait over there on the live sonar, all of a sudden, all these fish swim out of the brush pile to bite my bait. And I realized the brush pile was just a couple twigs and the density was that many fish in it. So I would have loved to see how they were sitting in it, but they all look like little fireballs coming out there chasing my bait. And so it's very cool to see it on camera, but also on your electronics. And that's something in this game is I get all kinds of excited when I see fish underwater around a grass patch. I'm like, it could happen at any point. That fish could turn and want my bait. So I gotta stay zoned in to try to do it, especially in the battle royale format in here, which is very, very much like a tournament where every minute, if you're not catching one, someone else is catching one.
Yeah, no, and that's trust your electronics, and also don't get stuck if you're looking at them and they don't want to bite. Sometimes you got to just pull the pin and go find biters. Like that can be a big key some days as well.
Well, and for this spot, this short pocket, the water temperature is about 65 degrees, 66 as it says on the readout there. So those fish are going to be shallow. It's not cold. So I'm going to move up a little closer to the bank there, and I'm gonna switch up to a Texas rig as well. I'm gonna fish that. That is something that is one of my favorite things to do, is to throw a Texas rig around shallow cover, because that is hand-to-hand combat. You have to have good rod, you have to have good line, and you have to really be patient, because it's not like you're reeling the bait through the water and they bite it and they're automatically probably going to get hooked with treble hooks. You have to feel them and set the hook and penetrate their mouth with it. And
make good casts.
Yes.
Well.
And that's
don't get stuck in the trees. Don't make a big loud splash.
I'm having to vary my my cast power over here on doing it. I don't want to throw it up on the bank as I have in some cases. I want to throw it right in that lily pads and the reeds and not get stuck and snagged, which is why I picked a weedless Texas rig. So I'm hooked up with a big one right now, and I honestly think he's stuck. I think he's stuck in the grass and lily pads because I don't see him swimming around moving. And
sometimes you got to get in there and get after him.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna have to pull on him a little bit and try to. I'm not gonna just wait for him to swim out, which I'm pulling on him a little bit, and I've got to vary my drag. It's not telling me that it's strained, but if I pull a little too hard, I might break it off like I just did.
It happens to everyone.
I just broke.
Here, it's gonna happen.
That was a big one, Gussie. I mean, I went up shallow. I called my shot. I pitched into the lily pads, and I just broke him off, which happens to you guys, and we've seen some of that on live. But I thought I was going to catch that
heartbreaking.
It might have been I lost like a 10-pounder earlier at the trolling motor. I lose that one.
You could have broke the record. You could have been like in the 45 range today.
I could have.
Dude.
You know, I've caught a couple of smaller ones as well. So I do have a limit. I've got an 8, a 6, and a 5. So what's that? 8 and 6 is 14. Another 5 pounds is 19 and change. I've probably got about 23 pounds with some 2-pounders mixed in. So that's not a bad day, especially.
You can sign me up for that every day of the season, and I'd be real happy.
Yeah, 23 pounds a day will have you sitting pretty close to the top of the Angler of the Year standings. And one thing that's very interesting is in this game, the patterns. If you go in the morning, that there's often an uptick in the largemouth bite. There might be a downtick in other species that you want to catch, but largemouth love that first hour or two of the morning, whether it's cold or not. What is your theory behind that? Why fish are so active early in the morning, that first light?
Well, I think everybody likes to have everyone likes to sleep a little bit when it's dark out. So when when the sun starts coming up, things start to brighten up and lighten up. We want to get a little breakfast and get our day started. So I think fish are the same as we are. And yeah, if you're serious about it and want to, put yourself in the best position to do well, you better get your butt out there bright and early.
Yeah, and there are different windows. There's even a feeding window at nighttime where fish can't see the baits necessarily, but they feel the baits. It's like you put your blindfold on and you can hear the creak in your bedroom when you think the boogeyman's kind of like it. I remember, like, it's like when you're a kid and you're in bed and you're hearing things that don't exist because you can't see. So you're just, your sense of hearing is so much more, and you feel like something's there. They use their sense of feel and their sense of smell a lot more at nighttime than they do maybe during the day, because they use their eyes during the daytime, the light, the brighter conditions. So there's always a bite window at different times, but I do know how important that morning bite is, but there's always that key afternoon bite, maybe an hour or so before weigh-in, where guys who are maybe an hour or two away, they don't get to capitalize on that. And so there's a lot of strategy involved. And the strategy involved in this spot, after losing that giant fish, that had to have been the female. We're in the mid 60s. The fish are probably spawning. To be honest, they're up there shallow. And I lose the giant female, and I have caught nothing but small largemouth since then. So, and small white bass and everything. So I definitely caught the female, and now I'm just finding all the runts of the school that aren't really helping me call up.
Find you a new cove to fish to look
I
for
know.
big mama.
Well, that's the hardest thing. I'm seeing activity, and I'm catching some fish. So I really want to stay here, but I obviously have hooked the biggest one in this cove, and I lost my opportunity at it. So I'm going to continue to wrap it up here, because we have been fishing for about 36, 37, maybe a little longer, that many minutes. And I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I do know it's good to be patient. This has taught me patience, this game has. So for you, Jeff, you're looking at your 4th season on the Elite Series. What expectations do you have this year? You've already won an event. You've made the Classic every season. I know obviously those are still goals, but are there any other goals? Do you want to win Angler of the Year, being the top guy after 9 events in the points?
Oh yeah, I mean that's that or winning the Classic. That's the two big dogs in our sport. So yeah, absolutely. But for me, yeah, make the Classic and yeah, try to get my limit every day all season, and get a good streak going there.
Well, I'm the stat guy on Bass Live, so I'll hold you to it, and I'll let you know how you're doing. You'll obviously know when you miss a limit, but I'll tell you how you compare to others and whatnot. But I
didn't know nobody did it last year, so that makes it a lot tougher than it's a toughie, but that's my goal.
I think Patrick Walters even had the longest streak for a while there, because his extended back into 2020 when he won Lake Fork. That was such a tough event, but he blew it out of the water. He had to limit that tournament and the tournament before that when it was tough at Chickamauga. And then he carried it into the 2021 season. So I was keeping an active streak and a tournament streak for the season. So Patrick did end up slipping up, though, I believe, at the St. Lawrence River day one. I don't even think he caught a limit there, which is tough. And that's why he dropped down the standings there. So very difficult. But Gussie, I think this is the last fish catch of the day. I'm hooked up with a small one. It's not going to take much, and I'm probably going to, of course, you land every single small one. You never lose a small one. You only lose the big ones. So I'm going to wrap it up with this small one, but I hope you have a great season on the Elite Series. Thank you for joining us on Dovetail Fishing here for Bass Gaming. For the folks tuning in that love this game and probably love experimenting with characters, maybe give them a little reason why they should choose you as a playable character in this game. Why is Jeff Gustafson worthy of being picked in this game? And maybe what bodies of water? We've got some northern, the St. Lawrence River. We've got some Chickamauga. We've got, Ray Roberts, St. John's River. We got a lot of different lakes, Gunnersville as well. Why should they pick you, and when should they pick you?
If you get on the smallmouth fisheries, I'm probably going to be your friend there. But everybody should give Ronnie some tips to do better at the game. Also, leave some comments for Ronnie on how he can do better.
Hey, I know a lot of fans across the pond love catching carp and love catching other species, and so I appeased. This episode was for them. It wasn't for our tournament bass anglers that love that Chickamauga episode was. I caught hundreds of big bass, it seemed. Caught some big ones today on Toledo Bend. I enjoyed doing it. Gussie, they obviously pick you for the St. Lawrence River, pick you for Lake Hamilton too. I know you've fished there before in the past, and they've got a couple smallmouth, but it's more of your style as well. So thank you for joining me on this episode of Bass Gaming, and I hope you have a great season on the Elite Series. And is there any way that fans can tune in and follow you during the 2022 season as you travel around the country?
I mean, the best way to follow it is get on Bassmaster.com and watch Bassmaster Live. You guys do a great job of covering our events, and I'm on Instagram at Gussie Outdoors. Send me a picture, send me a comment if you are killing it in the game.
Yes, tag Jeff in all of your Instagram stories, Twitter posts as well. He's active there. And hey, congratulations. You're out of the snow. You're in Florida. You're in the South, and we're kicking off the season. So thank you for joining me on this episode, Jeff. This was another episode of Bass Gaming on Toledo Bend Reservoir in Louisiana and Texas with my guest, Jeff Gustafson.
Mate, we are on the final straight. So we're pretty much bang on schedule now. We've got the last video coming up. I think it's another kind of long one with Carl Jochumsen. This is the last section here, and when this video is done, I'll pop back in, say my goodbyes, and thank you to everyone for hanging out. If you have recently joined and you're curious about what this is all about, this is our Festival of Bass, celebrating a couple of cool sales that are happening right now. So we've got March Madness happening on Steam and Mega March happening on PlayStation. So if you want to have a look and grab yourself a bargain from one of our games during this sale, if you head to bit.ly/bassspring, you can see the link there on the, where is it, here. You can go check out and get yourself a bargain. But for now, let's check out what Carl Jochumsen has to say when he's interviewed on our final episode of this season of Bass Gaming. All right, catch you on the other side.
Welcome into another episode of Bass Gaming. I'm your host, Ronnie Moore, and I've got a special guest today. I've got the first international angler from Australia to ever win a Bassmaster Elite Series event, Carl Jochumsen. How are you today, man?
I'm good, mate. Good. Thanks for having me on here.
No problem. No problem. So I'm going to jump into the gameplay, and what's great about this game is they updated it and they knocked out a new download, a new lake, and they put Lake Hartwell, the site of this year's Bassmaster Classic. It's coming up in just a few days from now. And so I'm going to get out on a Hartwell for the very first time, and I'm going to see how this lake will fish, how accurate it is to real life. But one thing I will say before we get started, leaving Green Pond, hey, Green Pond takeoff right there where the classic takeoff is, looks exactly like it does in real life. So very, very realistic the lake is. And I'm just going to run up to the bridge real quick. You know that bridge right close to takeoff, and I'm going to get started. But Carl, what's it like to be in a video game? I got to start off with that. It's probably awesome. I know a lot of fishermen maybe aren't video game players off the get-go, but I know that's got you excited to maybe play a video game when you see yourself in it.
Yeah, no doubt. It's probably, it's every kid's dream, I would say. Like I would never have imagined in a million years that through bass fishing, I'd end up actually on a game. So, really that's like a big accomplishment to me. Like when I think about it, I'm like, imagine when you're younger, how hard do you have to work to end up on a fishing game? Like end up on a video game,
Exactly. Hey, Carl, I'm just going to go ahead, and say the couple episodes I've already done, I did a Toledo Bend, I did Chickamauga, I did a Gunnersville, and I started out with some big fish and a lot of them. And I will say, first cast at Hartwell, I'm already liking this place. I pulled up and wanted to throw a little square bill, and I have a big, it looks like a largemouth. I've got a big largemouth on, and I'm trying not to be too nervous. I don't know if it's good luck or bad luck. I don't really believe in luck, but I know a lot of anglers don't want to catch a fish on their first cast, but I do not mind if it's as big as this one is. If I can land this one, I'll take that start to any tournament. And I did. I got it. Look at that one. That is we're going to kick it off, Carl. First fish in my limit, 715. I will take, it's a trophy. I will take a 715 at Hartwell day one of the Classic all day.
Well, for sure. Every one of those anglers will kill for that fish during the Classic.
That is, and it means a little bit more in the Classic. I will say that the Bassmaster Classic, for those who are tuning in and watching and wonder what the difference in the Classic and a regular Bassmaster Elite Series event, the Elite Series is the top level. Yeah. But man, the Bassmaster Classic is a whole nother deal. It is a dream to pursue, and for you, that I feel like that was one of the main driving points for you to even come from Australia and pursue this, was the Bassmaster Classic.
Yeah, no doubt. That's the images and the dream and the things you see as a kid, where the Elite Series is unbelievable and it's a dream as well, but it's like the stepping foot onto that Classic stage is what pushes you through the obstacles that it takes to get here. So without seeing those crowds, without the drive-through, Wayne, without all that, you just wouldn't have that imagination to be like, no, I have to keep going because that's where I want to be.
Yeah, I'm even sporting the Bassmaster Classic shirt. I got it. We're all in that mindset, even though the Elite Series season just started. And so, Carl, this has been a decade journey for you to come from Australia. It probably even more, the logistics on getting started prior to actually making it here. But for you, you're starting to gain a little bit of consistency. That's been the biggest thing. You won an event in 2019, and we've seen you at your highest ability with top tens, but it's also very hard. A lot of these lakes are different, and the times of the years, the weather that we have, they're completely different from practice. And so how hard is it for you to maybe gain that consistency that it takes to maybe make the Bassmaster Classic?
Yeah, that's been my little thorn, you know, in my side. If I get consistent conditions and I get tough conditions, I'm gonna do well. That's why I do well when we get a later season that pushes into the fall, because we tend to get consistent conditions from practice through the tournament, and it's hard and it's tough and it's hot and it's nasty. I like all of those adversities. It seems to put me in advantage when you get beautiful sunny conditions, or say you get nasty rain through practice and then it comes into beautiful conditions. That's where like it throws out. Last year for me, it was beautiful, awesome conditions through practice turning into like 10 inches of rain, and that's just the things that I don't have experience with. I went back to the areas where I caught them, tried to figure it out. Okay, now they're not here. I've got to move. 90% of the other anglers just went to where those fish are going to be because they know, they've been there, they've seen it, had the experience. That's the difference that I'm trying to catch up on. And 15 and 16, I was in the 90s in Angler of the Year. And then when I was in the other tour, I was like, right under making the championship, and then now I'm like 60th, then I'm 50th, then in the last event I can make the classic and I'm just out. So like I just haven't had, you know, the win was a breakthrough year for me. This is what got me to buy our place that we have now in Chattanooga, and it really excelled my career. But I'm so looking forward to just finding that consistency where I can creep inside and get in that classic for the first time and many times after that.
Well, you just mentioned those anglers seem to be skilled enough to know where to go. Well, I just moved from my initial spot, and I'm going to go from the middle of the bridge, riprap. I'm going to go over to the other edge of the bridge, and I hooked up with a 7-pound, 10-ouncer, my second fish of the day. Carl, I'm on pace. I will break every classic record right now if I can catch a limit worth of 7-pounders. But it is, this is very cool and very realistic. And one thing that anglers don't realize is, or fans don't realize, is there are hundreds and thousands of anglers across the country that want to be in the Bassmaster Classic, and every year it's only 50. You know, it's only 50 to 55 anglers. And so you were talking about that being so close, and it's not like you can't have a bad tournament anymore. You can't have a bad day anymore. You can't have a bad hour anymore on the Elite Series. Otherwise, your whole season could be doomed. And so it comes down to almost every decision. Do you kind of take an inventory at the end of each day of competition or practice and be like, did I make, which decisions worked out well, which decisions didn't, so that you can then adjust, you know, the next days?
Oh, 100%. You know, that's what it's all about. It's learning each and every step. You know, you're getting better and better every day. Like one of the biggest disappointments a lot when you miss the cut for me is that there's 50 guys getting another day on the water and another day of experience. All of those days add up because you've got to continually adjust and make those adjustments. And after every tournament, you look back, hindsight's unbelievable. You're like, man, I should have just done that, but it could have worked out. Well, I did too, but it just, you know, it's all decision making. I feel like I can fish as good as anyone with about any technique. I've really worked on all of those things, and all of them can do all of those things. Now it's like, it's decisions. It's like, what area of the lake do you end up at? How did you get there? How did you dial them in using your electronics? But Florida, it's all about area. And when I look back, the boats I saw during the two events, none of them made the cut. And I'm like, man, I was in areas that no one made it anyway. Like, but then when you looked at the groups, you're like, all of those guys caught them, and they were all in certain areas of the lake. And that's Florida for you.
And that's a lot of, you know, pre-knowledge, knowing where fish will get in certain regions, and then knowing, hey, if it's cold in Florida, this is where they're going to be, or, you know, they're not going to be as aggressive. And so that is very interesting that you note that. I was fishing around a lot of people that didn't make the cut, and that's something difficult to figure out and manage. But for you, you've got a mantra, and it's on your hoodie right there, FMH, which is Fear My Heart.
And one awesome thing I'm going to say is that in our update on Dovetail with the new packs that you can unlock and purchase and play with, not only is Lake Hartwell a lake that you can fish on, but they have boat wraps. We can have a Carl Jacobson Fear My Heart boat wrap. How cool is that? Not only to be in a video game, like I mentioned, to be seemingly in the industry the way you want to be, and then also now you're representing a video game with a phrase that has meant so much to you over your. Explain Fear My Heart a little bit.
Yeah, it's incredible to see that. That's probably one of the most exciting things. When I saw them do that for me on the game, I'm like, holy, that's cool, because they had the carpet decal, like it looked exactly the American Australian flag, all of that stuff. So yeah, the Fear My Heart is what got me here. It's my mantra that, you know, I came up with in about 2014, 13, and it had to do with you know, kind of the Navy SEAL type thing, but also just, you know, getting over that I don't have the experience, I don't have the skill set, I don't have all of these things that a lot of these guys have, but I got the heart. And if you've got heart, I feel like that makes up all of that big gap. And that's what it did. And when I ran off that and just said, no, I've got what it takes, and pushed through, I made it and became the first Australian to make it to the Bassmaster Elite Series. And that's what it takes. It takes heart to push through those tough times and realize like that you can do it no matter how sort of impossible it looks in front of you.
Well, you're wearing off on me, your mantra and your style right now, because I just left for my second spot and I decided to put on a big swim bait in honor of Carl in this episode. And at Hartwell, man, I love fishing docks in real life. That is one of my favorite things to do, is fish docks. I know you like fishing docks, and that is a good structure for folks in the game. If you want to see if it's realistic or not, I pulled up on my first dock of the day and I said, I'm going to throw a big bait my first cast to see if I can attract one. And boy, did I come past a big largemouth, and it reacted the way I wanted to and chased it down. And I just landed it. And Carl, I'm telling you, it is another 7-pounder, 7 pounds, 5 ounces. I am on pace for the classic record. That is 3 7-pounders to start the day. I will take that. And so this is incredible. And like I said, this is the first time I've ever played the Lake Hartwell map, because it is brand new in one of the updates that Dovetail has put out. And so, yeah, you mentioned that perseverance, that Fear My Heart mentality. That is what it takes to be at the top level. I mean, you have to have there. You're not on a team. Yes, Kayla, your wife, is a part of your team, but when you're out there, it's just you. You know, it's just like a golfer that's by himself, or a race car driver that's in the car by himself. You have to have that motivation on your own within you to succeed. You know, you have to push yourself. And so some guys are self-motivated maybe by money, you know, doing well, and that money helps everybody. Obviously financially, that win you had, it helps you in a lot of different ways. Like you said, it went towards purchasing the house you guys have. But also it's just the pride factor of, hey, money only lasts a little while, trophies can last forever most likely. And kind of that success and learning every day. You're a guy who loves to learn every single day.
Yeah, no, that's one of the biggest driving forces, is just getting better, learning, becoming a better person, better angler. You know, along the way, you know, the journey is just such a huge part. You know, it takes so long, and there's so many ups and downs through this sport that you better enjoy the journey along the way, because there's a lot of losses in between that win. And so if you're not enjoying that whole progression up to that, then you're going to live a long time of like being frustrated and upset. It's a tough sport. It's a sport that you come in and, man, behind that weigh in, there's 25 to 30 pound bags and you've got 10 pounds. It's a tough one to get through, but you got to have a short memory and be like, well, I'm just going to get them at the next one. I'm going to come away from this. And that's been, you know, the biggest key is like, I've just surpassed a lot of people that were much better positioned than me, better anglers than me, had more opportunities, but they gave up because it got tough. And then I've just chipped away. And, you know, I read something there the other day that's like, you know, it takes 20 years to be successful. And like, that's what it's taken for me. It's like 20-year progression to get to where I'm sitting now. And then you're not also done. It's the work still starts and it never stops. So you continually grinding, which it's what I love about it.
That is very cool. And hey, just like in the last episode I did with Jeff Gustafson, I'm not a huge electronics guy in real life, but in this game, if you're driving down the lake and your electronics say there's a couple fish here, you better stop and give it a shot. And so I just had to stop in the middle of this creek to cast my swim bait out because I saw some fish on the graph. Now it's not as easy as that. You got to trick them. And so that's the one thing in fishing, the variables that you guys have to deal with. You could be in the right area throwing the wrong bait. You could be in the wrong area throwing the right bait. You could be doing it at the wrong time of day. And those are all the calculated decisions. And really, for young fans tuning in that want to know how to be a pro or what they need to learn along the way, that is the deal. It's time on the water. Like you said, missing those day 3 cuts at times, that's just one more day. Not only is it freeing because you've made a check and you made the cut, but it is another day to learn. And these guys get to do that. And the more days you fish, most likely the better you're going to get. And so right now I'm throwing the big swim bait, and I may have to switch up because I'm seeing fish, but they're not biting. So I'm going to go ahead and switch up to a smaller swim bait.
Definitely
vary the size. Yeah. Hey, it is very realistic on, like, you could have that cast and I could see all the big ones. And if they don't want it, they won't bite it. But speak to that a little bit, the variables portion of it. There is so much that goes into this. It's not just casting a bobber out there and waiting. It is high intensity. Every minute it matters.
Yeah, like the most frustrating one of all is you can be in the right winning area at the wrong time. And when I say the wrong time, you could be there 5 minutes early, left 5 minutes late, any of those little, and someone can come in there and they can fire up, and it can be one of the most frustrating things to deal with. And that all comes with experiences, like knowing what's there, what the fish are there, and then looking at moon phases, bite times, peak bite times, the way the weather's setting up, is it changing through the day, and making like those adjustments. A lot of it is just, do I stay or do I go? They're the ones, okay, these aren't going to bite. I've got to jump on pad and make a total shift. And, one of my mistakes for Harris Chain and St. John's was, like, I tried to grind them out and those fish just weren't there to be caught. They weren't biting. And I stayed for those peak bite times, and then realized that these fish have just scattered, they've moved. And then it's not until like the last hour that you're like, uh-oh, and then it's like panic time and you've got to like try and scramble. So the best anglers in the world make better decisions faster. That's it. That's what it comes down to.
Well, I just made my 3rd bait change on this one spot before I gave up and decided to leave, like you were talking about, just throwing it in. And it was a striper. I caught a white bass, or as some refer to as a striper. Not too bad, and it's not the species that I necessarily target on a day-to-day, but in this game they're very fun. I thought it was a giant. It's just a 5-pounder. They just fight hard, Carl. But for you, you got some good schedule coming up. You've got great success at Santee Cooper in the fall. It'll be different in the spring, obviously, but it kind of sets up for your style a little bit more. And then you have one at Lake Chickamauga, which is not far from your home, the closest lake that we'll have, in the world to your house, other than the pond beside your house. I don't know. We could maybe have an elite series, maybe a smaller top 10 fish there or something. But the next 2 events after the Classic, Santee Cooper and Lake Chickamauga, that is something that is probably going to be one that you have circled on the calendar.
Yeah, and for sure, definitely want some redemption at Santee. Got good feelings from that. That was one of the funnest tournaments ever. Going back and forth with Brandon on that one and just catching giants like that. And the fishing is going to be probably 1,000 times better, which, is concerning in one side because everyone's going to catch them. Again, that's why I do well. I can grind out those tough ones. But I'm also excited for it because I have to get better at slugfest type of. So, like, this is a chance to get better at that, so excited for Santee probably over all of them. Chickamauga, funnily enough, it's my favorite lake. It's why I moved here, but also haven't got to spend as much time as I'd like here. But I've caught my PB here, 10-10 on a big glide. I've caught a lot of 9 and 8 pounders, lost some absolute giants, and and just enjoy living. I literally live 15 minutes from the middle of the lake. So every chance I've got since we moved here in 2019, I'm down there fishing a different part of the lake and trying to learn it as best I can.
That's the one thing that, hey, your fishing time maybe has been cut down a little bit, welcoming a brand new baby into the family. And that is something that's super, super cool. But for you, now you have, you don't just have 2 mouths to feed, you have 3 mouths to feed. And so you obviously take a lot of pride in your work, but how cool is that to be able to have your wife and child now come to the events and cheer you on? Like, it's probably the cutest thing in the world, having a mini Fear My Heart jersey on your child at the tournaments. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, you can't even really explain it. Would have never imagined the feeling that I have through it. It's another level of how you feel about life and the meaning of all of what you're doing. It just all makes sense. You have a part of you, and like literally I can not get things done because I just want to stare at her. She's just so beautiful. And then coming in, I was frustrated in a couple of the days. I'm like, had a tough day, came in, and River's there in my little jersey with Kayla, and I'm like,
nothing else matters.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely takes away the bad things, and it makes you realize all the blessings that you actually have.
Yeah, I will say, to segue to the gameplay, I am making some of the best decisions I could make. I was throwing a small swim bait on a 1/2 ounce weight, and I was just digging in the dirt. I could not get it up off the bottom. So I switched to 1/4 ounce. First cast, switching to the 1/4 ounce, I catch, it's a non-bass, it's a perch, but I will take the perch because, hey, it was a good adjustment. And I'm going to continue to throw this around. What's great, Carl, I've already caught fish on a square bill. I've caught it on a big swim bait. I just caught that one on a small swim bait. And then I also caught one on a topwater. What is very cool is I saw some fish busting, literally busting on the game. And I said, I'm going to throw a topwater out there like I would in real life. And I caught the fish that was busting. So this is a very, for folks who wonder how many hours it takes to develop a game like this, I can't imagine how many hours, because it is seamless right now. And cast after cast, I can feel confident that the fish are there based on my graph readout. And then also the bait adjustments are there. So this is very, very cool. This is something that, like you said, you hadn't played a lot of video games, but you're going to get to play some video games at the Classic this year. You're going to get to play this game. Now, question, Are you going to pick Hank Cherry to play as because it's the Bassmaster Classic week, or are you going to pick yourself? That's the thing when you're picking a character.
Yeah, I'll have to throw myself in there, I guess. You can't not pick yourself, but yeah, I might pick another angler that's actually in the Classic to make it as realistic as I can. But I'm going to be there days 1, 2, and 3 working in the expo, and the guys from Dovetail Games are going to be there with the game set up, and I'm going to be playing it, get to play other people, playing the game, play myself, as well as some of the anglers in the Classic. So it's going to be pretty cool.
I told all the guys from Dovetail that if they're not catching them good enough during the Bassmaster live broadcast, I said, don't make me walk over from my desk and I'll have to swap with y'all. Y'all can be the broadcaster and I'll be the gamer, because we gotta represent well. And they laughed. But this is a very cool thing. We've mentioned it, to be a part of this and to have insight into a game. That's like if Tom Brady was asked how Madden was developed, or asked how the look and the feel of the football game is developed. And so for you guys to be selected to do that is very cool, especially guys like Scott Martin. You've probably known him for most of your life, and he's got a lot of great accomplishments. And recently, can you speak to, Hank Cherry has been a huge supporter of you, just because of your journey and just because of your determination. And to see his success the last few years in the Classic, can you just imagine that feeling? I like get chill bumps right now thinking about what it would be like to win the Classic.
Yeah.
And to win 2 in a row.
Yeah.
That is an unreal feeling.
Well, Hank, just like he doesn't get enough credit for like how close he had came in the past as well. Like he had won a lot, and he'd also like that fish he lost at Grand. That kind
2013.
of 2013. That gets not enough views, because you can see that how devastating that loss was, but then you blink and now he's won 2 back-to-back. You're like, that's what it takes. Like he kept his head down, didn't let that affect him, and then became 2-time Classic champion. Like that is crazy. Like he was cast away, 1 fish away from winning that. But what I like about that is it showed that from something very devastating, and that probably he thought that he'd never get back. Because he chose not to quit, he turned it all around, and now he'd look back and be like, man, that was the best thing that ever happened, because it pushed me to become better, or make adjustments, or whatever he did something, because he's that jerk bait and everything that he uses, he's an animal with it. And it all comes from those adversities in the past.
And it's all about timing in life as well. You just, like you said, you never give up, and you don't know if the next day is your time, if the next hour is your time. But like the mantra in fishing is, if you're gonna win, you can't make it happen, and you can't stop it from happening. It's just going to happen if you're in the right position. But I wanted to also segue, when it comes to you, one thing that you take a lot of pride in is our lakes and cleaning them up. And that's something that you started. You did it last year on your own with your wife at Lake Gunnersville. And now every single Bassmaster Elite Series event for 2022, for the folks who don't make the cut, which I would love to see you not involved in this, the next couple events. But for those who don't make the cut, they go and they pick up trash around the lake, whether it's out in a boat or from the shore, and clean up the lakes that truly, this is a part of the conservation program that makes Bassmaster conservation even stronger. Not only fish conservation, but the actual resource like the lake. And I'm changing spots right now, but we'll get back to that in just a second. I pulled up, I stopped, and I did a U-turn because I just saw a bunch of fish on the graph right here in front of this dock. So I'm feeling like I'm going to catch one, but I'm going to throw your big swim bait out and see if I can catch another 6 or 7 pounder maybe. But what I was saying about that was your cleanup efforts. That just shows your pride for the sport, not just for selfish reasons, but because you love bass fishing and you love the opportunity you've been given.
Yeah, I've actually it's something that I've had ever since I was a kid. My dad messaged on one of the posts, and he said, that you've been doing that since you were 5 years old. We would go camping at Fraser Island, and if someone left a piece of litter on the ground or did anything out of place when I was a little kid, like, I was on them. And so I've just always been like that. And, I've seen it as a problem. I have so much pride in, like, when I'm fishing around those bridges. Gunnersville's been so good to me, and I'm like, man, look at this bank here. I want it to be nice. And I didn't think anything of it at the start when Kayla got on. And I pick up trash all the time, just in my boat when I see it. But we sort of just did a few hours, and the difference I saw that we made in not only the areas and how much trash we picked up, but the mentality switch from people that saw us picking it up, and also when we posted it, how many people saw it as a problem, wanted to get involved. I'm like, this is something that we can make bigger and better and make an actual difference at some of these lakes. So it's been great that Bassmaster's been getting behind it, and we're just getting more and more people, more elites involved, and continue to grow it. And that's what's cool. I like that we come to these lakes, and the locals that live there for their whole life know that the fish have almost 100% survival rate and go back into the water for them to catch for the rest of the year, and we're leaving the place better than what we found it.
Yeah, I kind of look at it every Saturday during Elite Series events. When I'm broadcasting, I will see it online and see your guys' efforts, and it makes me feel very prideful that these are high character anglers on the Elite Series, that these are guys that aren't all about me, and that they want to make it better. And so it was very cool, especially because you guys are from different backgrounds. And Carl, I was correct. I landed on this spot. There were fish here. I caught a big striper first off, and then I said, I'm going to try the other side of the dock, and I just caught a 615 largemouth. So now I've got 3 7s. I've got a 211 spotted bass, and I've got a 615 largemouth. So if I call that 211, this will maybe be the best day of fishing at Lake Hartwell ever, and I'll catch a 30-pound bag. But it's high character guys, and it's also people from different backgrounds. I saw that you had a bunch of Japanese anglers, or Japanese Elite Series pros that didn't make the cut, that they were out there with you as well. What is that like, communicating with brand new guys that maybe don't know the language as well? They probably don't know your accent as well on certain phrases that you use, but the love of bass fishing translates through all.
Yeah, no, that's the thing that I saw, and it give the trash pickup thing. I guess you can see who you start to see the people like are thinking about it as well, and they've seen it as a problem in their country. So I got to talk to Matty Wong. He's American but lives in
Hawaii, yeah, in California,
it's different, and he has seen it a problem there and has made cleanup efforts in Hawaii, in California, on the beaches. And then talking to the Japanese anglers, talking to Kenta, he was saying that it's a big problem in Japan. And I was like, I didn't think that. I was like, Japan's super clean. And he's like, no, it's becoming a problem, and it's something that they are working super hard to try and combat. And I've seen the same thing in Australia. So we have a Clean Up Australia Day. It's a big day that just once a year, but this is something that I think we can turn into something that just happens all the time. That's what it needs to be.
Yeah, a lot of the Japanese anglers grew up bank fishing. I mean, we bank fish in general in America, but a lot of it is from boats as well. And so I could see how that could become a problem if you have a generation that maybe doesn't take pride in keeping, the waterways clean from when you're walking to them. But for you, you've had a lot of highs. I have a high right here. I just caught a giant, my biggest striper of the day, a 14-pound, 10-ounce striper. That is what Hartwell is known for as well. Not only good bass, but a huge striper. But for you, what are your future plans? Obviously, you've got the Elite Series the rest of the season, and you're going to do just fine when it comes to the points race. No doubt about that you're going to turn it around, especially with the lakes we have coming up. A couple of the places you have a lot more experience on. And Florida in general is tough, and those are the two events to start out. We saw some guys who live in Florida finish in the 80s and 90s, and you're like, you guys are supposed to know it better than anyone. So Florida is not easy. You've got a great schedule coming up the rest of the season, but where can fans connect to you throughout the year if they want to come to an event? You obviously make the time, not only for cleanups, but you make the time for all the fans as well.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, when I'm at the lakes, when I'm at the Bramp, when I'm after weigh-in, make sure you come and say g'day. I've usually got some like Fear My Heart bands with me, and a bit of stuff like that. So make sure you come up. Happy to sign anything. We've got some signature cards. And then if you want to follow me, Instagram, Facebook, my YouTube channel. I'm self-filming a lot of my stuff this year for the Bassmaster, and then we're just getting it edited up now. So hopefully we put together some good content on YouTube. And just follow me. It's Carl Jochumsen on almost all the platforms. You can go to my website, and then you can also get apparel, Fear My Heart stuff off fearmyheart.com. And so we have a full website there with different clothes from kids, ladies to men's stuff. So check it out.
And you can also tag him in all of your screenshots on Dovetail when you're playing him as a character and you catch it. Yes, that is very cool.
I've been getting tons of that. And my cousin in Australia, it was funny. He was sending me pictures of them catching him in Australia, using me, and his son looked at him one day. They were driving. He's shaking his head, and Chris was like, "What?" And he's like, "I can't believe Carl's on a fishing game because I'm just I'm his cousin." So they were just like, "That's crazy." It was pretty cool to hear that.
I've been a part of that Carl Jochumsen fan page group that all the crazy Australians are in, and they follow it avidly. So tell me, what's the time zone difference? You're around Eastern time zone and Central time zone. What kind of time difference is it? If it's noon, let's just say it's noon in America, what time is it in Australia for them to be watching?
Right now, so it's about 10 o'clock, and it's nearly 1 a.m. in Australia in the morning. So but they're actually ahead, so they're going to be like, when they wake up, it'll be tomorrow here, which it's crazy when you fly back and forward. Like when you fly from there to here, you'll leave like 6 a.m. Wednesday morning, you land 6 a.m. Wednesday morning. Like you don't lose any time.
That's cool.
So it's pretty cool. Well, actually, that's going backwards. When you go this way, you lose like a couple days because they're already a day ahead, and it's wild. But the jet lag and all of that make it pretty weird to 16, 18 hours in a plane flying. So it's crazy. But this and the game and the internet and Bassmaster Live have just
it's cool
together,
That is super cool to see the fan bases grow and cheer you on throughout the process. And I did land another one. I landed a 6 even, to make a call. So I have got a great 5 fish limit. I think I've got a big striper on right now as one of my last fish probably of this episode. But Carl, being a professional fisherman, where did that strive from? I mean, you guys have a lot of different sports in Australia. I think this is actually a big walleye, not a big striper. It looks like a big walleye actually while it's fighting out on the surface. You guys have a lot of sports in Australia. What drew you to the outdoors? Obviously, you like the trash cleanup. You said that when you would go camping and whatnot, but what made you do fishing? Because, I mean, it's not as accessible as a professional sport there. Yeah. So it's hard to pursue and look up to professional fishing when you don't necessarily have I guess, an influence there. But, I mean, you know, then you got to come all the way over here to make it happen.
Yeah, it's definitely crazy. That's how it is in Australia with all our sports. I just love sports in general. I was, you know, I played rugby, tennis, like anything you can imagine I was a part of, just competitive. I liked, you know, being active. But fishing was just that thing that I always went back to. Like I was psycho on it, riding my bike for hours to get to a lake with a fishing rod and a backpack. That, you know, family would be at the beach all playing, doing sports. I'm just standing there with a fishing rod for hours and hours on edge and had just ridiculous patience. And so I always came back to that, or that never really left me, and it just got stronger and stronger. And then 8 Australian bass tournaments started up, tournament series in the year 2000, and I got to go and watch that. And I was like, okay, that's cool. Like, that's something I want to be a part of. I think I was probably 12, 13. And then a couple of years later, I fished my first event, and that was the end of me. Like, I fished my first event. I got big bass. I won $500. I think I was 15 years old. And that was it. I said, this is what I'm doing for the rest of my life. And it somehow brought me to America, which is just absolutely insane.
That is incredible. Carl, I'm going to end it on that walleye. It was a 12-plus pounder. I just pulled back into Green Pond Landing. Actually, the actual boat ramp, it looks exactly like the one that the classic anglers will launch from this coming week for the Bassmaster Classic at Lake Hartwell. Carl, you're an inspiration to so many. You mentioned it. You were inspired to come do this, and you have led a path of multiple Australians coming to the United States, multiple people even from South Africa and other countries that have, hey, I want to do exactly what Carl's doing, and he has set a great example. So we appreciate you being a great advocate for the sport. It's super cool to see you in a video game and to see the Fear My Heart mantra, something that you've just held so tight to your motto all this time. And I really look forward to, for one, I can't wait to see you at the Classic. And then for two, I can't wait to see you in the next episode of the video game when some people are playing as you as a character.
That's going to be awesome. Appreciate it, mate.
Awesome. Carl Jacobson, my guest today, Australian, the first Bassmaster Elite Series champion from Australia. And he's going to be a Classic qualifier very soon. So, Carl, appreciate you joining us, and we will see you in the next one.
Thanks, mate. See ya.
All right, guys, that is a wrap. Festival of Bass Spring Edition pick. We have completed it. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. If you've been here for most of the evening, I appreciate that very much. Thank you. I hope you've enjoyed some of the content that we've had on display this evening. If you weren't aware, final time I mentioned this, look up here. We've got a couple of sales going on right now. If I can work out where to put my finger, around here somewhere. On Steam and on PlayStation, bit.ly/bassspring, if you want to grab yourself a bargain. But that is it for me for the evening. I'm going to go to bed, and I'll probably catch some of you tomorrow in Discord. Have a wonderful rest of your day or evening, and I'll catch you guys later. See you in